we'll get into some stories. We'll start with this. Cynthia Erivo set to take the stage as host for the 78th Tony Awards, following her recent success in Wicked.
I watched Enchanted again.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm really digging it.
Enchanted or Wicked?
Wait, Wicked.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm all over the place today.
She steps into the role previously held by Ariana DeBose, who hosted the last 3 ceremonies. And Erivo is no stranger to Broadway's biggest night. She won a Tony in 2016 for a powerful performance in The Color Purple. And she is eyeing EGOT status, as she already has an Emmy for a televised performance of The Color Purple, a Grammy for the show's cast recording, and a Tony for the performance. And now she's eyeing an Oscar with her nomination for playing Elphaba in Wicked. So that would be pretty cool if she
What I
got it.
suggest we do, Preston, let's add a second T to that and make it the Toasty. So
Tasty.
With the Marissa's Award. That'd be nice.
All right.
The EGOT, I guess is what you would call that. Yeah. Blake Lively has filed an amended complaint that alleges that her It Ends With Us co-star and director Justin Baldoni made 2 other women on set uncomfortable and that they are willing to testify. The filing claims that Lively was not alone in raising concerns in 2023 and that Baldoni acknowledged the complaints in writing, yet the production company, Wayfarer, failed to investigate or take action. Lively also accuses Baldoni's lawyer, Brian Friedman, of spreading inflammatory content to media outlets to damage her credibility and intimidate potential witnesses. Baldoni's legal team denies the allegations, calling them unsubstantiated hearsay, and stating that evidence, including real-time documents and video, will contradict Lively's claims.
It's funny how much, as I'm learning through this legal YouTube channel, as they're examining this case, how much of this is simply thrown out there as smokescreen.
Oh, sure.
To muddy the waters for jury pools and things of that nature, where so much of this will have not one iota of sway over the decision finally. But it's there to muck up things.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
The lawsuit began when Lively first accused Baldoni of sexual harassment and emotional harm, and Baldoni has countersued for defamation and extortion. The trial is set for March of next year.
Oh, my God.
So we have another year
of this crap
of hearing about all this mudslinging going on in the press.
I'm thinking of suing him just to get him to shut up.
Right?
Yeah. Tori Spelling has admitted on her podcast that she spent hundreds of dollars on her friend's Denise Richards' OnlyFans without realizing how the platform worked. She said OnlyFans are brilliant. They get you hooked. And she explained that she kept purchasing content while hoping for a response from Denise. In the end, she ended up spending just over $450, but it didn't go unnoticed. Her business manager later called because they had suspected that her then husband, Dean McDermott, was the one who was sending the money.
Yeah, that he was the one who was...
So she said, I don't know what happened. I spent all the money, and she confessed to her business manager, clearing McDermott of the blame. Richards had joined OnlyFans in 2022 after her daughter faced criticism for making an account.
Wait,
so that's
but
why she has an account.
It says, you said it was her friend?
Denise Richards is her friend, apparently.
Yeah. So I guess she was on there. I guess she was checking out the site, and maybe she wanted to spend a little bit of money or something, but she was spending money unknowingly.
It's just weird that it's her friend. Like,
Yeah.
Well, what I got was that she wanted to support. She wanted to. It's stupid.
That's what it seems like. But having never been on there, I don't know how. I guess you have to sign up. You have an account to access even in the first place, I guess.
I always assumed it's like a monthly subscription, that kind of thing, and you pick the person you want. But man, you know how many years I had a dwarf porn site that I signed up so we could get audio clips.
Yep.
And that stayed on for...
You never stop paying.
Yeah,
but I guess not just the subscription, but I assume you can also purchase more content directly for, custom content.
And premium stuff.
Yeah, stuff like that. So that's probably what she was doing. I don't know. All right, how about here's a spending money story for you.
Okay.
Right.
Tom Brady must believe in the phrase time is money because he just gifted his 15-year-old son a bunch of it. In a video recap of the NFL Legends Super Bowl Sunday, he is seen surprising his teen son Benny with a watch. Brady said, all right, Benny, close your eyes and put your wrist out. Don't look. Before putting a Jacob & Company's billionaire mini Ashoka watch, which is covered in 100 carats of diamonds and is worth $3 million.
Shut up.
That was the watch he was wearing during the Super Bowl, right?
Is it the same one?
I think it's...
I don't know.
Brand.
I didn't see the video.
It's not the same one, no, because the one he was wearing was more gold.
It didn't
By
have
the
a
way,
diamond band on it.
It's tremendously garish. He's going to get his son's arm chopped off. I didn't wear watches when I was 15 years old. But hey, if the kid digs it, great. But
he must have something with it because it is the same company.
It's the same company.
Yeah.
But it's a $3 million watch that you are giving to a 15-year-old kid.
It's like giving a Rolls Royce to an 11-year-old.
Yeah.
To me, it makes no sense.
But will he be allowed to wear it at his discretion whenever he wants to? Or is it like
when he's churning butter?
You have to come to me first before I allow you to walk out of the house with this on
Also, does he like take that off for gym class? Or
Well, yeah, right.
Listen, you can.
Throw it in your locker.
There's nothing in public you can do without security if you're wearing that thing.
$3
million.
Someone could kill you over that.
Someone will kill you for that.
Yeah. So
I'll kill him for that.
we'll see. We'll see where this goes. Imagine being Rihanna. We were just talking about her. Right? It's her birthday. Imagine being Rihanna, DMing your favorite reality star and then getting blown off for a year. So,
dear Rihanna, I really would love to wax that ass.
So Summer House star Amanda Batula told the Conversations with Cam podcast that the singer messaged her, but she didn't respond. Batula said she was so shocked when she got the message, she ignored it entirely. She said, I was so afraid and depressed that I didn't respond. She said, I swear to God, she said, you're my favorite, TBH. And she did eventually get up the courage to DM her back. She said, I finally responded and I said, I love you, Queen, with an umbrella emoji.
Yes.
And when asked if she ever heard back, Batula said no. She said, because I think it was like a year later.
What?
She just, for whatever reason, she couldn't bring herself
She was too nervous
to respond. Yeah, Kath.
Let me ask you, right? So, and you have a certain level of profile in the industry. I mean, obviously we're radio, so we're the whipping lower end of the tier. But if out of the blue, Alex Lifeson would,
I would immediately fire back.
Would you assume it was real?
No.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I had an interesting scenario happen. So I told you guys, I'm very loose on social media.
Right.
I'm a total whore.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, I don't go on very often. And when I do, it's for short amounts of time. And I, on my Instagram account, I didn't know that anyone could DM you. I just I only looked at the part where people who you follow DM you, and I would, it's mainly just you guys.
Right. Sure.
And so I went into that public DM folder, and I'm like, oh my God, there's all these messages here. What is this? And one of them was from Aries Spears.
Yeah.
He reached out to me, and it was almost a year after the fact. And I responded to him like, hey, man, I just discovered that people can reach out to me like this.
Did he respond back?
Yeah. He's like, don't worry about it. He was and he was interested in coming by the show. And that's why he reached out to me. And so he was laughing in the text.
It is an interesting way to correspond with anybody because you can. I mean, you can reach out to basically anybody on the planet if they have an Instagram account. But that's how Rob McElhenney and Ryan Reynolds ended up working with one another. Ryan sent some praise Rob's way for Rob learning how to dance and doing that ballet show on It's Always Sunny.
Yeah.
And now they're business partners.
Are you saying that Aries Spears and I could own a football club in
Absolutely.
England?
Yeah.
I could have.
That's a step.
If I would have.
You could be married to Blake Lively. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
See?
Wow.
Just check your DMs.
Check your DMs, man.
I need to. I'll do that right.
Let's collab.
Next commercial break. Olivia Munn, not Rodrigo,
Well, it's okay.
says she missed out on a huge payday, and all she had to do was keep quiet. She was with Monica Lewinsky on her podcast, and Munn told the story of a set that she worked on where there were all sorts of red flags, enough so that she filed a complaint. And while avoiding specifics, Munn explained that after she complained, the studio saw it her way with an asterisk. She said, it got to a place where I was offered a lot of money, 7 figures to accept, she said, I guess, their apology and them taking acknowledgement of it. The problem, though, is she had to sign a non-disclosure agreement to collect. And her statement was, I said, I'm not signing an NDA. And they said, well, you have to. And I just felt that it was so wrong. And she added, I turned to my lawyer and I said, I'm just not going to do it. And I want to say no now.
So I assume this is for the movie Predator, which was directed by Shane Black, not the original one.
Yeah.
This is the one that was about 4 or 5 years ago, and Olivia Munn was in it. You remember this one case?
I do, yeah.
And there were all sorts of charges of some of the producers and maybe even Shane Black himself in a sort of Me Too situation. And she was cited at that time. So I have to assume it's that.
Yeah, and so they were going to give her 7 figures, and all she had to do was sign an NDA, but she just couldn't bring herself to, because you never know. Down the road, you may want to speak out about something.
Yeah.
You know, so for whatever reason, or you may have to, for all you know. But so she passed on that. So I haven't watched Survivor in ages, but former Survivor star, a guy named Brandon Hance, has been arrested in a huge biker gang takedown by Texas law enforcement.
Wow.
That reeled in not only Hance, but 13 other gang members.
From other various reality shows?
No, not from other various. Well, I don't know. If so, they didn't make the they didn't make the headlines.
The people from Big Brother right here, Survivor here, and was it
90 Day Fiance? You guys don't go anywhere. So the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Texas unsealed a 22-count indictment yesterday, charging Hance and 13 others with a variety of crimes, alleging that they're members or associates of the Bandidos motorcycle gang. Hance is not accused of assault or murder, but he is facing charges of racketeering, conspiracy, and arson.
What's racketeering?
Racketeering is... well, it's like gambling and criminal. And it's a broad term for any sort of criminal activity. We came up with a great reality show here we should do, Preston. Hell's Angels Island.
Okay.
Right?
I love it.
Where they compete against like the pagans. You have the same challenges.
Right.
But they're 2 warring biker gangs.
Okay. I think there's potential there.
I think you need to add more biker gangs so it's not just
Sure.
Yeah, the Bandidos would be in there.
The Bandidos,
too.
yeah.
The Wild Hogs, maybe? I don't know. I don't really know my biker gangs. So family...
The 80 for Brady crew?
So each charge potentially earns this guy up to 20 years. So it's serious. Family members told TMZ Hans's home was raided by the FBI yesterday, though he had left the Bandidos last year. He appeared on Survivor South Pacific and Survivor Karpman, I guess. I don't know. So anyhow, that dude's in some serious trouble. This is a fun little story. Think back all the way to 2007. YouTube clip that went viral. Charlie bit my finger.
Yes, classic.
We all remember this, right? Well, it was 1-year-old Charlie Davies' Carr who bit his big brother Harry Davies' Carr's finger. And Charlie's been pretty quiet on the internet despite his baby fame, but he's sharing a rare life update in a new interview with BBC Newsbeat. And he said, it's not like I use it as an icebreaker or anything. He's now 18 years old, by the way. But he said, I was never going to use this as a fun fact, but his friends do blow up his spot from time to time. He said, my friends like to tell people sometimes, so it's hard keeping it locked down. And he adds, it slips out every now and then, and people are like, oh, that's cool for like 5 minutes. Or they say, I don't know what that is. So he didn't get a whole hell of a lot out of it. I think that it wasn't Charlie that was the star of that video. It was Harry.
Yes.
Charlie.
Yeah, that's it.
My finger. Yeah. I think he was the star of it. So
it's funny though that a lot of these, and this is it's coming for everyone, and everyone now who's enjoying flash in the pan status. Eventually, it goes away.
Yes.
Yeah.
And maybe throughout your life, every 8 or 9 years, it might flare back up for a moment, and you'll get that thing. And but it's a little footnote of your life. And yes, it certainly is just a little brief Haktua, if you will.
Yeah, I want to know what the Star Wars kid is up to these days.
Oh my God, he ran.
Yeah,
he ran from that. Like it traumatized.
He had like a nervous breakdown.
Did he really?
Yes.
My guess is, honestly, in retrospect, you're probably dealing with a kid who's a little bit on the spectrum,
maybe.
So, but I can't help it. That goddamn video when it came out was so funny. And then when they added the actual
the
lightsaber
lasers
effects.
Yes.
Yes. They had the blaster shooting at him that he was
blocking everything.
That was great.
You know why? Because who kid hasn't done that?
Oh my God, we've all done it, man.
Don't you wish he could have embraced that?
Yes,
Of him just, I was being a nerd.
Yeah.
I was being
You
a
got
total
me.
dork. You got
Yeah.
me. Yeah, but sometimes it hurts. It stings. All right, another round of presenters for the Oscars has been revealed. Selena Gomez, Ben Stiller, Joe Alwyn, Sterling K. Brown, Willem Dafoe, Ana de Armas, Lily Rose Depp, Goldie Hawn, Connie Nielsen, and Oprah Winfrey have all been added to the growing roster of celebs. Speaking of Willem Dafoe, did you see this video recently? There was a guy who's just randomly going up to people in New York, and I guess, like some people who have a social media channel, they'll just do random interviews. They'll just walk up and ask questions to people on the street.
It's constant.
Walked up to Willem Dafoe, had no idea who he was. Excuse me, sir, what's your name? Willem. And what do you do for a living? I'm an actor. And he started asking him all these questions, and he was just getting these really great, honest answers from Willem Dafoe.
But didn't know who he was.
He had no idea who he was. And he's just thinking he's some old dude walking down the street, and he asked him, how he wants to be remembered. He's like, I don't think about that. I don't know. It was an interesting little slice of life of Willem Dafoe.
My friend Chelsea has what I would term as an unnatural and unhealthy crush on Willem Dafoe.
Oh, really?
She thinks he's the hottest guy on the planet.
Well, that is a little weird.
Yeah, and
I mean, remember, he's played evil characters like the Goblin without makeup, really.
God bless her. But we all have our things. But for her, Willem Dafoe is by far the most gorgeous man that's ever lived.
Listen, there are some people that probably think Steve Buscemi's really hot.
Yeah, there you go.
So
Willem Dafoe.
A unique look about them. Yeah, Willem Dafoe finds Steve Buscemi hot.
He's terrific though, and he's in Nosferatu. Yeah,
I mean he's such a great actor, and he's actually, if you guys, I don't know if anybody else seen the Beetlejuice sequel, but he's great in that.
Yeah.
So the Oscars will stream live on ABC and Hulu March 2nd, and it's hosted by Conan O'Brien. All right, so the next Will Smith movie that Will Smith turns into a franchise could start with a sequel to his 2008 superhero film Hancock. I think this is a good idea. I like the movie Hancock. It had its faults, but I thought it was a great concept.
The one issue was just in balance, that you had this sort of Titan story that comes in at the end when you've had sort of an acerbic comedic look at the realm of superheroes. Mm-hmm. But I thought there was something there.
I liked it. So it's not the most notable film in his past, but a quick recap if you haven't seen it. It revolves around this character Hancock, played by Smith, who's an amnesiac, alcoholic, reckless superhero trying to remember his past. And it seems that nearly 20 years later, that's the sequel that he wants to make. But during a surprise appearance on a stream on Twitch, he told fans that he's been bouncing it around in his mind. He said, there's a really cool Hancock 2 idea. I'm going to give you one little piece. He said Zendaya is being approached for a role in that. Not only Smith, but director Peter Berg and original co-stars Charlize Theron, Jason Bateman, and Eddie Marsan have all said that at some point over the years, they would like to do a sequel.
So stop and think about the genetic connection with stuff like The Boys, right?
Yep.
He's kind of that kind of hero,
Yeah. I like the idea. Let me see here. A couple other quick things. With Daredevil, speaking of superheroes, with Daredevil Born Again, bringing back Charlie Cox's and Matt Murdock, Marvel Studios' Brad Winderbaum gave an update on the rest of the Defenders. In a new interview with Entertainment Weekly, he revealed that Marvel is very much exploring the return of Kristen Ritter's Jessica Jones,
awesome,
Mike Coulter's Luke Cage, Finn Jones's Iron Fist. He said, I can't say much, but I'll tell you that it's so exciting to be able to play in that sandbox. Ritter made it clear that she's on board if Marvel makes the call after hearing Winderbaum make similar comments at the D23 Brazil Expo. And she had said, that's really exciting to hear. Isn't that the guy who makes the call? And so she had said, come on, Brad, let's get going. Let's do it. I'd be ready.
I loved Daredevil. Jessica Jones was terrific. Luke Cage, want more of that. Even Iron Fist was wobbly, but still good. The one thing that they didn't do with the Defenders series, it was just a limit, like 6 episodes, Preston, and that was basically their Avengers coming together story arc, and it was too short.
Okay. So we'll see if they expand on these. So I love this. The long wait is almost over. HBO has announced a premiere date for season 2 of the TV adaptation of the hit video game series The Last of Us.
Good.
So mark your calendars, April 13th. 9 p.m. And it'll be Sundays at 9.
I'm currently replaying the game. And
good for you.
The first one.
Nice.
It is, the series got what they riffed on. They did a great job riffing on. But the first couple episodes of season 1 are right out of the video game.
Yes.
And so well done.
Yes, it's one of my favorite series ever.
I should go back and watch that.
So Sundays at 9 is the current slot held by the White Lotus, which is going to make room for the sci-fi drama series once season 3 finishes airing. And the episodes will be available to stream on Max at the same time that they air on HBO. HBO's Francesca Orsi revealed recently that it's likely the series will span 4 seasons, which would suggest, Steve, that only a fraction of the second game will be addressed in season 2 of the series. And I know people were worried about that. They did not like the second game.
I didn't either. The first one is so good, and it was a victim of its own out-of-the-box success. So
that's good news.
That is good
They'll
news.
expand way beyond that. And, man, Pedro Pascal is so good in that.
Terrific.
And
terrific.
I forgot the actress's name, Bella Ramsey.
Yeah.
She is, oh, my God, she is so good. I loved her in Game of Thrones. She's phenomenal in this
I was thinking
series.
of the episode where they go to the town that's been snowbound.
Yes.
And they
oh, my
discover
God.
how they're existing.
The people there.
Holy hell.
Yeah, you didn't expect that. All right, and then one last thing. Most of us had presumed that ABC's 1980s TGIF lineup was named that because it aired on Friday nights, and the acronym stood for Thank God It's Friday. But get ready to have your mind blown, because that's not what TGIF meant at all. TV producer and creative mind behind the ABC TGIF concept, Jim Janicki, Janicek, visited the Pod Meets World podcast and revealed the true meaning of the acronym. After the network decided to go with the concept, Janicki had said, Janicek, said that it was Bob Iger who came up with the true meaning of the acronym. He said, Bob, I believe, came up with Thank Goodness It's Funny.
I thought so.
To avoid any conflict with the restaurant, TGIF Fridays. So that was officially what that stood for.
But everyone thought it was Thank God.
Yeah, Thank God It's Friday, of course. All right, here we go with the clips. The Z-Suite touches on generational differences found in the workforce between C-suite executives and Gen Z employees. And in this clip, Nico Santos states what he admires about the younger generation.
I mean, they are not afraid to say no or ask for what they need. We were talking about like their confidence, sort of like really admirable.
Is C-suite, does that mean like the CEO and CFO, and does it stand for chief?
I assume.
The chief suites, I guess.
Assume, yeah.
All right, well, a new episode of the Z-Suite streams today on Tubi. Here's our next clip. Love Hurts is a fresh new take within the martial arts action film genre. And here, Kei Kwan explains why it was important for him to take on his own stunts.
I grew up watching those incredible movies from Jackie Chan and Sammo Hung. And there's something really special when you see it's the actor that's up there doing. There's so much more at stake. So I trained with the guys for 3 months to get myself physically ready.
Love that guy.
Love Hurts is in theaters now, by the way.
Do you know he choreographed the fight sequences, or at least was partially responsible for the fight sequences in The Matrix?
That's amazing.
Yeah, so he's been working as a fight choreographer
a tech for a
years.
while. Yeah.
He just left as a star, but now he's back with that.
I love that guy. Excellent. By the way, I want to point this out. We're doubling back to the Willem Dafoe short conversation we had. There's a text that says here, we played Marry, Kill, F, and Willem Dafoe got F'd way more than I thought.
Wow.
I'm going to have to let Chelsea know.
Yeah, please do.
She's not alone.
She's not alone.
She's got competition.
Yeah. All right, let's take a break. We have a couple of guests on the show this morning. Wrestler Drew Gulak is stopping in. He's always a great conversation. Catch Point Professional Wrestling Training is happening, and we'll find out more details from him about that. And we also have composer. We were talking about superheroes for a bit there. Composer Laura Karpman. She has done several scores for MCU films, and she is the person behind Captain America, Brave New World, the music that you hear in theaters now. So we will talk to her. She's great. We've had her on many times, and we'll chat in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll take a quick break and come back up. Sun is shining. It's a beautiful day. We'll be right back.
This is with a lot of times people will, everything starts a geometric progression. I mean, knowledge fires off additional knowledge. Everything goes out in waves. So I think this can increase exponentially. I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at something. These things come and people say, I never thought we'd get there. I'm always amazed, like when they said, travel at the speed of light.
Yeah.
Never be achieved. And it still seems like impossible. However, they're starting to do things where they're sending particles at the speed of light. So, we'll see. You never know.
Yeah.
We're also going to have a bunch of really, athletic mice.
Right. I thought that was pretty great news.
That is good news. So, every baby steps or mouse steps.
Mouse steps, if you will. Speaking of challenges, of online challenges, there was one, Steve. It's called the Skull Breaker Challenge.
This dumb thing.
Yeah, I saw this a few weeks ago. There was a video somebody had posted a clip of these two girls doing it to.
It's all over TikTok, yeah.
Yeah, but this was a couple of weeks ago. That supposedly, and the story was the girl was like special needs, and they were they were bullying her, and but anyway, so that turned me off to it immediately. But yeah, anything that talks about breaking your skull in a challenge, I may want to pass on. But you've seen what this is?
No, I only saw the. That there's like a big up in arms about this.
Yeah, so it's 3 people. 2 people are in on it, 1 person isn't. So you stand side by side, you're facing a camera, and the idea is the 2 people on the outside jump up in the air, and then after they jump, the person in the middle jumps by themselves up. And I guess they tell them, they give them some kind of setup to make them do it. And as the person in the middle jumps up, the other 2 knock their feet out from underneath the person in the middle. And I mean,
like why?
Face plant. I mean, we're talking.
That's not cool.
Broken neck, broken, nose, whatever. Really nasty falls that can happen. And that's apparently a thing right now.
Oh man,
a local kid got injured having this happen.
Well, and skulls have been cracked. Yeah. So that's part of the deal. And I mean, you're doing it on concrete and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm honestly sick of these goddamn things with eating Tide and all this stuff. And it's like. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, have you guys seen the invisible string trick? That one?
Describe it.
All right. Okay. So I wasn't sure if you've seen it.
No,
or not.
I have not.
No, you take somebody, you sit them down in front of you, and you act like you have a string.
Oh, I have seen it. Yep. Okay.
It's a little bit funny, right?
It's kind of funny, yeah.
All right.
So go ahead and finish describing how this works.
So you walk up and you say, all right, I'm holding the string, and you act like you're putting the string into their ear and then pulling it out the other side, and then you ask them to hold one side of the string.
It's a joke. They don't think there's really a string there.
Course,
it's just play along, follow me, do this for me.
All right, so you're holding one side of the string. I'm holding the other side of the string. Okay, now yank that side of the string really hard. And so when they yank it really hard, your hand slaps them across the face because it's holding onto the other side of the string.
Yeah.
So
it's similar to that is funny, but you're not gonna smash someone. There's one that involves also with the AFV has videos of it constantly with trying to catch the dollar or the card against the wall with their forehead. You've seen that?
Yes, my son tried to do the string one to me.
Right.
And I go, I've already seen it. And then he's like, no, you got to do it. I go, but I've seen it.
Yeah.
And then it's so bad for you to do it.
Oh, so guess what he did? He just slapped me across the face.
Why not just cut out the whole act?
Just punch him in the face. Or
hey, you want to see something? Whap.
I've tied an invisible string to the end of this baseball bat, and I'm going to put it through your ear. So yank on it hard.
I saw this other one. A mother's been filmed letting her teenage son slap her breasts to the tune of a song as part of a TikTok challenge.
What?
Uh-huh.
No. No.
Aiden Ridings, who is 17, filmed the video and uploaded it last week in a strange attempt to gain more followers. The 8-second video starts with the two standing opposite each other as the 2008 hit Undercover Martin by Two Door Cinema Club plays. The teenager dances to the tune before hitting one breast after the other in quick succession in time with the beat. This is his mom, mind
His
you.
mom?
Yeah.
No, this isn't okay.
No.
This is not okay.
You wouldn't let Jace do that, Kathy?
And the mom let him do that.
Yeah.
Let Jace do it to the
No.
baby shark.
Oh my God.
So let's see here. What does it say? He said both he and his mother were happy with the video and they found it amusing. So is this a challenge? Slapping the boobs?
It is now.
I don't know.
We should create listen, I think there's no challenge you could create on social media, especially on TikTok, that somebody would not try to emulate. No matter how patently, obviously, harmful. Dangerous and harmful.
Yeah.
Ace, what about the one that I've been sending you that I want to do with you?
I want to do
light
that one.
switch.
The switch one, yeah.
I hit the switch. It's some song. I don't know what it is. Or I hit the light switch or something like that. And it's just people swapping. So it's two people in the video. The song says hit the switch or I hit the switch. It goes to black for a second and comes back. And then the two people have basically reversed roles. So like people are changing clothes. One is like a father and a son. It's kind of cute.
All right, it's a little video.
Yeah.
Finagling.
When do you get to hit someone's breasts?
All right. Yeah, when do I get to hit somebody's boobs? What is this?
I've never heard the song
This is
before.
the song.
So,
all right. This is the hit your mom's boobs song. I guess it happens right here. Oh, whap whap.
Yeah, that's you can also finger your grandmother.
Oh my God, Steve!
I don't.
Yeah, that's another riff.
not.
You guys have not seen that?
Nope.
No.
Oh, not once.
Yeah, it's very funny.
That's on TikTok.
Yeah, TikTok.
And I even gave him a kiss on the cheek.
We should go home.
Peeper.
It's called the Finger Gum Gum Show.
Yeah, finger gum gum. There's gum on my finger. Gum on my finger.
Oh my God.
Wow. Queen Elizabeth has a reputation for being a bit staid, but the 94-year-old is quite different behind the scenes, according to her biographer.
I'm working as an escort.
Sally Bedell Smith, author of Elizabeth the Queen, The Life of a Modern Monarch.
So how does she let her hair down?
Well, Smith tells people that she spoke to an insider at her estate in Norfolk, Sandringham, who said you can hear her laugh throughout that big house. She has a big laugh.
Really?
So apparently she's cackling and giggling down the hallways all the time.
That is a big laugh for the Queen.
All over the house.
Apparently, while watching a rerun of Prince Charles' 1981 wedding to Princess Diana, she said, "Oh, there's my Miss Piggy face." She has the ability to laugh at herself, according to this person. Smith told people that during a shoot celebrating her Diamond Jubilee in 2012, she told the photographer, Barry Jeffrey, to just keep the camera rolling as she broke from the norm. And the Queen proceeded to strike a series of poses, slipping her hands in and out of her pockets, placing them onto her hips, mimicking the stances of a professional model.
Tongue between her fingers?
Her dressmaker and close confidant, Angela Kelly, had said that, yeah, she was having fun in that photo shoot.
I'd love to see that.
They said they stood in disbelief. The Queen was a natural, Kelly marveled. Barry and I felt like we were experiencing something really special, a moment never to be repeated.
There's great footage of her on the set of Over the Top, where she is.
Was she the final battle?
She was the final battle.
She put a crown on backwards.
I need to go back and read the cast from that movie because I've forgotten how many people were in
cameos.
that. Yeah, well. I did see it was like a Reddit thread recently, and someone was talking about which way you face during the shower when you take a shower.
Oh, okay.
And so they were saying that when not
All I
washing,
did was get out of the shower.
not washing their hair, they face forward. When they are washing their hair, they face with the shower to the back. And I assume this is a woman who may not wash her hair every day. She has long hair, so some women don't.
My hair is moderate length.
But I didn't know. I'm spinning around constantly in the shower.
You're doing like spins.
I face towards, I turn back. I have
One
forward,
Direction.
I turn back. You do one direction,
and I
this
performed.
is my first I've ever heard of somebody facing one way in the shower.
I perform songs from One Direction too. No, so actually, it's actually just because of the construction of the shower. So I have my own bathroom. When we bought the house, it was more like there was a tub with a curtain that went across, and it was so my brother-in-law built a shower stall,
a walk-in shower,
right? So, but it's shallow. So if I were to stand, my shoulders might be touching both sides. So I turn to the side and I have the shower.
Oh, okay.
So I'm facing the glass. I'm facing the wall. I'm facing the 4 cats looking at me naked. but let me ask you this: when you get out of the shower, do you immediately wrap yourself in a towel? I do not.
Oh my God!
I dry off in the shower.
Oh, me too.
I do.
I do.
I don't wrap in a towel.
When I lived at home with my mommy, and I had no concept.
Mommy, come dry me.
I had no concept of what people did around the house. Like I used to use 2 towels every single time. Like now I use 1 towel and I use it
a week.
For like a week.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, oh God, laundry sucks, right?
I know.
Dude, my mom
had like
2 towels every single time. One around my waist, one around my torso.
I have a completely separate question because Kathy said with drying the hair and getting too hot and sweaty. After a workout.
Oh, yes, the worst.
And then you shower and you get out and I'm
sweating?
like, I'm sweating.
I have to shower again.
I have to take a shower.
So here's what I do in the summer.
I hate that.
I have my clothes laid out back in my room and the AC. I'll put the AC on the ceiling fan. I come out of.
Do you stand in front of it?
Yeah, I go out. Yes,
that would. It's a good idea.
Just to dry off.
Sure.
I didn't go through all this to re-sweat.
When I was in high school on the swim team, our practices were 5 a.m. I had no idea that. Dude, listen, you're swimming like 2 miles in practice.
That's a workout.
That is a workout.
Sweating?
I was sweating, but you don't know you're sweating because you're in the pool.
Yeah.
You don't know that you're sweating until you go to put your school uniform on, and everything is just sticking to you. Yeah, I had no clue.
Somebody wants to vouch for the towel warmer. I'm going to go to Tom. Hi, Tom. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Ed. What's up, bud? Should I just say that every time now? Okay. All right, Tom, what's up?
We were getting
WMMR.
Thank you very much, Kath. So that story about the plane crash in Toronto, flipped upside down. Everybody lived, 76 passengers, 4 crew members. Unbelievable.
I was stunned to hear that everyone survived.
Yeah. I mean, especially when that caught on fire.
Yeah.
It flipped upside down. The wing ripped off, all that stuff. And everybody lives. Unbelievable. But this is interesting. Delta has now assured passengers that they are going to receive a cash payment as a gesture of goodwill. Each person who was flying is going to get $30,000. Wow.
So
all 76 passengers, if they all agree to the cash, Delta is going to fork out $2.3 million for that.
If I could survive a plane roll like that, I'd take 30 grand.
Hell yes. I was thinking the same thing, Steve. You've already won.
Yeah.
You survived a rollover plane crash.
Yeah.
Because the online response is mixed, as you would imagine.
Right,
Some
right,
people are like 30 grand, hell yes, and others are like, no, I want the big bucks. But you survived a plane crash. You lived to tell the tale.
Right.
And now 30 grand, sure. I would go, thank you very much.
I'm right in that pocket. I know people, yes, you're right. People are saying millions, it should be. But no, cool story. Got to sit upside down in a cabin. You always see that.
Yeah.
It's like in the movie Flight when he barrel rolls the plane.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I'd be like, I can never get on a plane again, so you have to pay for all of my travel.
Understood. No.
For good.
Yeah.
I don't think I could ever get on another plane. If I was on a plane that rolled when it was landing, I'd be done.
I would almost take the maybe, not Kathy, I haven't gone through that trauma, so I don't know, but I would think that maybe it would be almost like the World According to Garp.
Pre-disaster.
Yes. The plane flies in, hits the house that they're looking at to buy, and he's like, we'll take it. And they're like, what are you talking about? He's like, this is astronomical.
Yeah.
This will never happen again.
Right,
this is the perfect place to live.
And there's a part of me that agrees with that.
Yeah.
Yes, it's like, well, I got mine out of the way and I survived.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask then. Would you take $30,000 or would you take flights for the rest of your life for free?
Well, flights for the rest of my life for free. I would go well past $30,000 if I had that offer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would.
I would do flights for the rest of my life.
Well, I don't know if I could get back on a damn plane. I don't know.
Right.
Yes, you could. Just when you walk in, touch the ceiling and say peanut butter.
That keeps everything safe. Interesting, Steve. You mentioned that they were upside down, and there's video footage. There were a couple of people who had whipped out their phones.
Yes,
probably not a good idea, but they did anyway, and the footage is amazing. But yes, the seats are on the ceiling is the way it appears, and people are that way. And we were wondering amongst ourselves as to what that sensation would be like. Not necessarily being in an aircraft, but maybe a rollover in a car, or something along those lines where you end up upside down.
Amusement park rides.
Yeah, or if you're stuck. Something along those lines. I didn't know if anybody listening has been in a rollover before and wanted to share a story of what that's like. 215-263-WMMR.
Yeah, and like just getting down from there. I mean, because they were seatbelted, likely, right?
Yeah. So what I'm guessing is that, to that point, Kathy, so even in a car, if you have your seatbelt on, the weight is coming down on the buckle.
Right.
Like opening it, I think, would be, so you'd have to sort of push the person up a little bit.
Right.
I think, right?
And
and also since you have resistance against it, sometimes they won't unlatch.
Right.
You know what I mean? If there's a resistance
you have to
against
make sure
it.
that you push up and get a little bit of play in the lock.
But I mean, yes, and then you'd go crashing down to the...
And that's the thing, Kathy. You survived a plane crash. You're hanging there upside down, and now you unbuckle your belt, land on your head, and die from a broken neck.
Here's what you do. Take the magazine out of the seat, drop it down, and then land on the magazine.
Oh, that's smart.
I thought you were going to say wrap it around your neck as a brace.
All right.
In case you fall.
Yeah.
I have in my car... one of those multi-tools.
Yes.
A window breaker, a seat cutter, a seatbelt cutter, and stuff like that, which I hope to never have to use.
Is it in the car proper or in the trunk?
No, it's in my in my center console, whatever you call that thing.
Right.
And so it's right there if I do need it. But yeah, I've thought about that. If you are hanging upside down, you have to cut that belt to get out.
Yeah.
I would think.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
In a car, you're not falling all that much. In the cabin of a plane,
it's a higher ceiling.
However,
for sure, because you can stand all the way up in it. Yeah.
But depending on what kind of car, I mean, if you're in an SUV,
But that's still not going to be.
It's not
as
plain.
But yeah.
Think of how far you have to reach up to adjust your light or whatever, or your airflow above you.
I'm trying to think if I would. Try and brace myself first with my arm. Could I reach that?
You'd probably do handstand.
Yeah, I'd probably do handstand.
Yeah, most likely.
This guy.
What a way to end. Show off.
The Russian judge gave you 9.
Wow. So we do have some texts coming in of people who have been in rollovers before, and our phone lines are lighting up. So we'll get a chance to chat with some people who have who've had this as well. Somebody had texted in and said, well, if you get the $30,000 payout, you won't be able to sue them down the road.
That's going to be part of the thing, yeah.
If you're happy with $30,000, why would you want to sue them down the road?
There's a bizarre part of me that is fascinated by things inverted, and what would it look like?
Do you like it on rides, Steve?
Yes.
Okay, because I like it to a point. And like,
well, you're under constant movement. You like it,
yeah. Like, yes, that's a really good way of putting it. When it lasts too long, I'm like, yeah, all right, I've had enough of this. When we did the Harry Potter motorcycle ride, right?
Yes.
There's no inversion in that.
No.
But to me, that's a fantastic ride. And I've done like the Super Duper Looper and plenty of rides that flip over or whatever, roller coasters. I don't know. Just I'd rather have something that's thrilling without a loop on it. I think
I hear
roller coaster.
The Velociraptor had a lengthy upside down part to it.
Yeah, you're right.
So cool.
That's one. And by the way, if you're not a fan, it's not going to happen. You're not going to fly out. But they do their damnedest to make you think you are.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to go to some calls. I have Virginia who was in an accident. Hi, Virginia. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so you were in a rollover?
Yeah, I was. My husband and I were driving home from Atlantic City. It was my birthday weekend. And I was laying back in the passenger seat. I was sleeping. It was about 10 in the morning, 11 in the morning. And he was driving, and he fell asleep. And the car ended up hitting the rumble strips, blowing out the tires. The car ended up going backwards. He thinks maybe he hit the gas instead of the brakes. He doesn't know what he did.
Okay.
But we went backwards, and when we went off the road, we kind of like gathered up a lot of grass and debris.
Yeah.
Came to the base of a tree, and it launched the car into the air about 10 feet. My side of the car hit the tree.
Oh, my gosh.
And we landed on the roof between two trees right next to a creek.
So you were upside down in the car between two trees next to a creek.
Correct.
Wow.
Hanging from our seatbelts. We looked over at each other. He said, "Are you all right?" I said, "I'm all right." I said, "Are you okay?" He goes, "Yup." And then with that, a bunch of people came, broke the windows, and drug us out. But when they let our seatbelts go, we hit the windshield, like we fell onto the windshield.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
They
'Cause you're
undid
upside-
the
yeah.
seatbelt.
So when you undid the seatbelts, you guys fell. Was it day or night out?
It was day. It was like 10 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And when they undid the seatbelts, did they just reach in and hit the button? Did you guys undo it yourselves, or did the people that helped you out get you out of the seatbelts?
I think the people that got us out did it. I was kind of in shock.
I'm sure.
So what they would have to do, if it's depending on the car, they would have to have reached across you to because you unhook on the side.
Or maybe we did it, or maybe my husband did it. I don't even know. But when I hit the windshield, that's when I got cuts on my face because I hit the broken windshield. Other than that,
Yeah, man.
nobody could believe it.
It's astonishing. So when you're there and you're hanging upside down, I don't know if you're going to remember or not. Could you breathe because the belt is right across your abdomen?
Oh yeah, we were breathing fine.
All right.
Breathing fine. We looked over at each other and we were talking. She was like, "You're right." I said, "I'm all right."
So when you, Virginia, can you still see that in your mind, looking over and seeing your husband upside down?
Oh, absolutely. Like it happened yesterday.
Wow, man, that's incredible.
And did he ask you if you finished your fries? That's crazy. All the stuff in the car that was. Just a quick question. All the stuff that was in the car between the seats. Did you have a lot of junk that went flying up to the ceiling?
Oh yeah, all the CDs, everything.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Crazy. All right. Well, thank you for sharing, Virginia. Glad you guys were okay.
Yeah.
We appreciate it. When I took the media flight with the Blue Angels.
Yeah, right.
I remember, obviously, we were inverted several times. And when we he just turned the plane upside down. You look up in the canopy above you, and there was just like dust and dirt.
Oh, really?
Because it had all come from the floor.
Even in a vehicle you assume is cleaned constantly.
It was clean,
yeah.
but there's going to be some debris.
Yeah.
By the way, quick side story to share with you that I learned at the parade. A guy came to me who's very close personal friends with David Akers, former kicker of the Eagles. And he goes, my buddy's David Akers. He goes, he knows you really well. And I go, why? It's not what you think, Steve.
Oh.
Years ago, when you would search my name or David Akers' name on Google, a picture of me would come up or a picture of him would come up. We never did figure it out.
It wasn't that?
I asked him if it was that. He's like, no, it's not that.
Oh.
He goes, when you flew with the Blue Angels, you took his spot.
No.
And he has never forgiven you for it.
How do we know this?
So he's close friends, and it was the same year, I guess I talked about it on air, and they only give them, like, they don't just hand them out. Like, there's only a...
Right, but why would you have, like, how did
We
that...
both submitted at the same time.
Right.
Got it.
You have to get a checkup. You have to,
Yeah, you have to get a full-on physical done.
Okay.
You have to write a letter.
Right,
you have to tell them why you want to do it. And apparently I took his spot. He ended up going up
That's
with
hilarious.
the Thunderbirds like the next year or something like that.
All right.
I'm like, do me a favor, let me make a video, and you send it to David. And I was like, hey man, I'm sorry. I didn't, I had a great time.
Yeah.
I'm not sorry about it or something like that.
I guess I wrote a better essay.
And I think I did. I think that's what did it. And before we were done at the parade, he came back and he got a response from David.
Get out.
And he said, ha, ha, ha. And then he wrote, "What a jackass," or something like that about me. I'm like, I didn't think I was being a jackass. All right, so anyway, side story. I forgot to share that with you guys. All right, let me go to some other people who have been in a rollover, with this plane crash in Toronto. I'm going to go to Harry. Hi, Harry. Good morning.
Hey, sorry to bother you guys at work.
It's all right, man. So what happened to you?
So it wasn't me, it was my wife. She got rear-ended while she was going 5 miles an hour, and the dude behind her was going 70.
Oh, my God.
She rolled 5 times, got thrown out the passenger side of the car. My 2 daughters and my daughter's friend were in the car. My youngest was 10 months old. My oldest was 10.
Jesus.
They literally landed a helicopter on the highway to pick up my oldest to bring her to AI DuPont. And then my wife got to Milford Hospital. They took a CAT scan, said nope, and then helicoptered her from Milford Hospital to Christiana.
Okay. We were talking about people who were like stuck, hung upside down. Did anybody stay buckled in and was upside down and had to be taken out?
Yeah, the car when it finally stopped was on its side in the other lane of travel, and there's pictures on the internet of people pulling my daughters out of the car.
Oh, wow.
Unbuckling them and pulling my baby out of the car, my oldest and her friend. Literally, there's pictures of people pulling them out the side of the window.
Harry, I don't know if you know this or not, but it's my feeling that if you are even to your side and all that weight is pulling on the belt, you would have to at least pick the person up a little bit to unhook the lock, to unhook the belt. Any perception if that was the case, or are you aware of that?
The gentleman that got my daughters out of the car, he was a military guy. He had a knife on him, and he said he just cut the belt.
He just cut through. I guess that's what they recommend, Preston. The device you have in your vehicle has a blade for cutting the belt?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. It's got I'm sorry.
He just cut the belt and pulled him out. My 10-month-old was the one with the least injuries. She had seatbelt marks and a cut on her pinky, and that's it.
Wow. It's amazing.
Miraculous.
Yeah.
Right. Go ahead.
Just a quick question. Was your wife wearing a seatbelt?
No. If she was, she would have been killed.
Oh, wow.
Usually not the case.
Yeah.
Usually the other way around. All right.
Yeah, it's usually the other. She's 8% of people that go through what she did usually live through it.
All right, thanks, Harry. Appreciate it, bud.
They actually told my cousin the same thing. My cousin flipped his car. He had taken his seatbelt off. He went through a toll booth, and it was at the time where you still paid toll collectors.
Right,
he was going down the shore. And so he undid his seatbelt to get his money, pay, whatever, and hadn't put it back on. He had just gone through, started to gain some speed. He doesn't remember what happened. There was a truck coming, so somehow the truck was involved. He drove off of the roadway, flipped his car, and they told him, and I don't know why, but they told him, had you had your seatbelt on, you wouldn't have survived.
Wow.
They say, contrary to what we're told, it's better to drive drunk.
Well, no, stop. No, that's not what I'm saying. I just think that there are, I guess, some instances where that happens.
Steve, though, you know
why?
what?
Who knows?
You have to drive fast when you drive to get off the road faster.
Yeah,
so you're not out there for as long.
Don't drive on the roads. Drive through the lawn.
Is that some justification you've heard before?
Yeah.
I have to, if I'm drunk, I'm going to drive fast.
I got to get home faster, obviously.
Because you don't want to be on the road in that condition.
Long. Yes, and make people unsafe.
I'm trying to help.
Yeah.
It's just logical, Preston.
All right, hang on. I want to go to Colin, who has a story about Army training. Hi, Colin. Good morning.
Hi, Grandma.
Hi, Grandma.
What's up, Colin?
Hey, so Army trucks are inherently top-heavy due to all the armor and how they stand. So in basic training, all soldiers go through a trainer. It's called HEAT, H-E-A-T, and it stands for some acronym no one knows. And it is a Humvee with no wheels, and there's like a pencil on the front and on the back, and they spin you.
Oh.
And they teach you what you're supposed to do with rollovers. Like, because Army trucks have gunners up that are standing outside, and the dangerous thing is they get flown and then get crushed by the truck. So you're trained to pull them down, and then you have to figure out how to get you and your guys out of the truck, undoing seatbelts. And
let me ask you to that point: is the protocol to actually undo the seatbelt or just cut the belt itself?
So their seatbelts are different than normal car seatbelts, so you can flick them off.
Okay.
But when you do, there's no, like, in your car, there's headliners, there's stuff that is soft and accommodating to you when you're driving. There is more things inside of a Army Humvee or a Striker or MRAP that are out to kill you. So everything is sharp in there.
Yeah.
What's inside that's going to hurt you as well.
Wow. We're looking at video footage of this this simulator. I want to try this. I want to see what that sensation feels like, being upside down.
Set something up with you.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, and when you're flipped, do you remember some of the other protocol? Was there anything you found interesting about this, or the experience, or what you were surprised to learn?
So, I mean, we have to wear helmets. They're called Kevlars or ACHs inside a Humvee, and the kids don't want to wear them driving. They think it's stupid. But when you roll it, your head is very susceptible to getting injured from the sharp corners inside. Mm-hmm. And the really, like, one of the take-home things, at least just for the military, is you have to pull your gunner down. If you know you're going to be rolling, you need to pull your gunner down so that they don't get flung out. But that's like a split-second decision, Colin, I would think. Yeah, so you have two guys that sits in the back, and that's their job during a rollover.
Wow.
Pull that gunner down, because they should be wearing harnesses that strap them in, but sometimes that could that fail.
God bless you guys, man. That's to be able to do that and to think of do that and all that stuff. Yeah, that had to be trained for. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Colin. Appreciate it, man. Yeah. There was the scene in An Officer and a Gentleman, Steve, where they go in the pool.
Yeah.
And the thing flips upside down. It's supposed to simulate a water crash.
Right.
And then they up upside down. And they tell them, look for the bubbles, because you don't know which way's up.
The bubbles will show you.
Yeah, you're completely disoriented at that point.
Did you ever see the Navy SEAL? They had a series on A&E. It was the Navy SEAL training. Oh, my God, the crap they put them through.
Yeah. Let me go to, hang on a second, who's been on hold longest? 4, Casey?
I was saying 7.
7? All right, hang on, let me go to him. It's Mike. Hey, Mike. Good morning.
Morning. You guys rock.
Oh, appreciate it, Mike. What's up, bud?
So, back in the day, a friend of mine was a pilot, had a 1954 Taylor Craft. Asked me to go for a ride. Let's go for a flight. Let's cruise around the county for a while. So we went for a ride, and it's a 2-seater, side by side. And we went to a friend of his house that lived out on a farm. This was out in Illinois. So he's like, yeah, let's stop and see my friend. And the guy had a strip to land on, grass strip. So it had just been coming out of winter, so we weren't sure of how the ground was going to be. So he did a touch and go, test how solid the ground was to land on. So did a touch and go, went around, asked me what I thought, and I'm like, you're in charge.
Yeah. Right.
You do what you want to do. So he came into land, and he hit a wet spot, and the plane instantly stopped in the mud, nosed over, tail up, over end, upside down.
Oh.
So we're hanging in this plane upside down, and the fuel tank is right in front of you.
Oh man.
So you can see the fuel dripping out of the fuel cap.
Yeah.
And we were fine. It was just the sudden, oh my God, we're upside down in an airplane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's like, quick, get out. So you just unlatch the belt, kick the door open, and we got out. And we're looking at his plane, and the plane was actually fine. But it was upside down in this guy's field.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Mike, when you and one of the things we're curious about is when you let that belt go.
Yeah.
Do you land on your head, or did you brace yourself, or how'd you?
I put my hands up.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of a small space.
Yeah.
Smaller than a car. So I did put a hand up just to kind of stop landing on my head.
Right.
Unflip the belt, but you still got all your body weight, sunken down on you. Then you got to roll around.
Yeah, you're in an awkward position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it was, we were out in just a couple of seconds, but
when you said you saw fuel dripping, one little spark could have been a big issue.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
That's wild.
that's high-octane fuel that's coming out of there.
So you flipped a plane in a field. Now, not a lot of people can walk away from a story like that.
Yeah, that's a good one, Mike.
Yeah.
It gets funnier because we walked up to the guy's house, and he was a county cop, the guy I was flying with, and his friend was too. So we walked up to the guy's house, knocked on the door. The guy came to the door, and he's like, "Hey, how you doing?" And he's like, "Where's your squad car at?" "Oh, we flew in." He's like, "Well, where's your plane?" "It's out there." And if you look hard enough, all you saw was 2 tires up in the air. Without breaking a sweat, the guy goes, "Don, it's upside down." I started cracking up.
That's great.
So
I love it. All right, thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. You know, Steve, going back to the Garp, when the plane crashes and lands in the house, the pilot gets out and he steps out. He's like, "Hey," he goes, "Are you okay?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm okay. Can I use your phone?"
Oh my God.
Yeah, sure. It's up there.
Do you know what I was thinking? In the movie The Flash, Batman has a plane.
Yeah.
Where the center, the interior of the fuselage
stays
stationary.
Yeah.
I don't even know if there's an application for that.
I couldn't figure out why he needed that.
To make it look cool.
I guess so.
Yeah, yeah.
And it does look really cool.
I guess so
It's
it can
the
bank, but you never have to. You're always facing the same way.
Yeah, you're not as disoriented.
Well, it's funny because if you fly drones, you can have them in banking mode because a drone with the gimbal on it will always stay level no matter even if you're flying. But you can set it to bank so that the video will bank along with it. Yeah.
Steve, I saw a breakdown on physics in movies one time and stuff that would actually kill you. And one of the things was if you were ever in Iron Man or like in that, the Captain America suit, what it would do to your internal organs.
Oh my God.
To launch like that and then to land to land the way that the superheroes land and to launch the way that they do, your organs would end up in your feet. You'd be dead so fast.
There's a little bit you have to suspend in disbelief because if you were to fall from 1,000 feet up, free fall and land on the ground, just because you're surrounded in metal is not going to save your organs and your brain from rocketing through your nose.
Yeah. In the Avengers, when he cascades down the building, falling from the stratosphere, and his mask pops off, it's about 1.5 inches, but there's no foam. There's nothing in there.
Right.
He's rattling around like a maraca.
Exactly. All right. I wanted to go. Yeah, line 4 has been on hold for a while. Let me go to Alex. Hi, Alex. Morning.
Good morning.
What's up, bud?
Hey, so I'm an epileptic. I'm still able to drive. I have a deal with my wife where when I leave work, I talk to her on 95 for a little bit and, hey, I'm feeling all right. Okay, I'll see you in about 45 minutes on my way. I'm on 95 one night heading south and I'm talking to my wife and I say, all right, let me get off the phone. I'll hit you up in a little bit. I'll text you when I'm close. Mm-hmm. So I'm in the left-hand lane, probably doing about 80. And next thing I know, I wake up in an ambulance. So long story short, I drifted. I had a seizure. I drifted from the left-hand lane going into the right-hand lane, flipped the guardrail, and I was right near the Betsy Ross Bridge off-ramp.
Okay.
So flipped the guardrail, landed in a tree upside down on Aramingo Avenue.
Your car was upside down in a tree. How far up were you?
The top of the tree. They said I was basically almost parallel to 95.
Wow.
So at the very top of the tree.
Wow.
They took me to Aria Tarsdale and a few minutes being in the ambulance, like I was okay and I was able to talk and, they explained what happened, what my car looked like, and I had to get cut out with the jaws of life. And I'm telling you.
Hang on. Question here, Alex. When they cut you out with the jaws of life, your car was still stuck in the tree?
Yeah.
That's an insane rescue.
How do you pull that off?
I'm still here talking to you guys.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, my God.
That's nuts. What year was this, Alex?
This was 2021.
There's got to be pictures of this somewhere.
Just a couple of years ago. That's crazy. You're up that high. I know exactly what you're talking about. And so that they got you out. Were there any injuries you sustained, or how did you fare?
I ended up with 2 black eyes, a couple of broken ribs. They said luckily I was alive because actually when you have the seizure, your body goes completely limp.
Yeah.
So normally when you're going to get into a car crash, your body tenses up.
Right.
Yes. Oh, wow. So, everything in my body was just kind of like flimming around, but I was, in my seatbelt. So not crazy injuries, but enough to where, I wasn't too good for a while, but mostly just because of the seizure. It just kind of feels like when you come out of it, it kind of feels like you went like 10 rounds with Mike Tyson.
Yeah. Alex, and after you have a seizure, is there an amount of time where you can't drive anymore for 6 months or so?
Yeah, there is. There is. So if you have a seizure while you're driving, you obviously go to the hospital, and the doctor that is on call at the time has to contact PennDOT or whatever state you live in,
right,
and have your driver's license medically suspended for 6 months.
Right. That's what I thought.
Now, what if you promise to get drunk? Will they let you drive again? No. So six months is what they.
Well, I mean,
well, just 1
sure.
second. 6 months is the time frame.
Yeah, as long as you don't have another reported seizure within those 6 months.
Right. Wow, that's a crazy story, Alex. I'm gonna look for pictures of that because that's insane. I need to see that. Well, good on you, dude. You dodged a bullet.
Be safe, man.
I did.
All
Have
right,
a great
thanks.
one, guys.
Appreciate it, man. Wow, that's just crazy.
That's crazy.
There was time for one more. Let me go to Lisa. Hi, Lisa. Good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, Lisa. All right, so we were talking about rollovers and being suspended upside down. This happened to you?
Yes. So when I was younger, I probably wasn't living the ideal life. Me and my girlfriend decided to go into Philly one night, and we were right around the Bartram exit, right before you go over the bridge to get in there.
Okay.
And a drunk driver had cut us off, and it was raining out. So the car kind of just started spinning at first, but then it gave way and it started to flip. And we flipped about 2 or 3 times. And the whole time, every time I looked up, we're closer and closer to the side wall of the bridge. We're right over the water at this point.
Oh, my God.
So I am like, it felt like it was 10 minutes. And we're flipping. We're in our seatbelts. We ended up landing on the roof. That Jersey wall saved us. That was our last flip. It kind of flipped us backwards.
Crazy.
And we landed upside down. The crash was so hard that it busted all the windows out and everything. And we're just hanging there. And we kind of chuckled for a second because we couldn't believe what just happened.
Yeah. Nervous laughter. Yeah.
Oh, it was crazy. And so we both kind of undid our seatbelts at the same time. I can't believe we didn't break our necks doing that. And then I climbed out the windows, which still had glass shattered. We were in the middle of 95. Cars were still coming, but we were out of it. And once we got out, luckily somebody had pulled over and got us out of the road. And as soon as I got to the side of the road, I passed out. I remember waking up at the Crozier Trauma Center.
Shock.
Adrenaline dump.
Right.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, were you wearing seatbelts?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and that's how we landed. So we landed hanging upside down.
To your point, Lisa, I hydroplaned, Kathy, you'll know, Seaford Oyster Bay Expressway in Long Island. And I hit a patch, Preston. It was at night. Didn't see it was slick. And my car went up, and it was just about on 2 wheels.
Mm-hmm.
It felt like it was a half hour I was up there.
Yeah.
I mean, because you can't believe what's happening.
Lisa, when you guys were hanging upside down, did you get yourselves out, or did somebody have to come in and cut you guys out?
We did get ourselves out. We actually kind of did a 1, 2, 3 and pushed them at the same time. Luckily, I'm surprised we didn't hurt ourselves doing that.
Yeah, that's what we were curious about.
Go squad.
You go through this unbelievable, scenario where you should have died, and then you're hanging there upside down, and then you let your seatbelt go and bang, you hit your head and cause damage.
It was, and everything was out of the car. So everything had flown out of the car. I mean,
wow.
Glass everywhere, and
that's crazy.
Yeah, it was something else. I'll never forget it.
Lisa, 2 things. You said the Jersey Wall saved you. I think that's a great name for a band or a song or an album, Jersey Wall.
Right.
And then second of all, what was my second of all question?
You want to produce that album?
No, I don't want to produce that album. Damn it.
Oh, man.
Yeah, right? And I'm going to think of it as soon as we hang up with you.
Just stay on the line.
Yeah. No, I remember. So you potentially could have gone over the side of the bridge into the water and just to see if Kathy's theory is true or not.
Yeah.
On your way down, do you think you would have had enough time to roll your window down so that water could come in and you would be able to open the doors?
It definitely felt like there would have been enough time.
There you go,
because,
Kathy.
like I said, it felt like forever. I just remember the flashes of that wall getting closer and closer.
Wow.
That's
like slow motion.
That's a level of horrifying fear to go over a bridge. Here, go over the bridge, flip over the bridge in your car in the dark. You know, I don't know.
Probably would have had a heart attack.
Yeah, basically.
All right, Lisa, thank you. Appreciate it. Wow, those are some outrageous stories. We have a bunch of others that we're not going to be able to get to. I apologize, time-wise, we're not going to be able to dive in. But that is that's something you'll never forget or not remember. If you have some kind of a traumatic, your brain shuts it off. And
did anyone we just spoke to get $30,000 for what they went through?
Not that I know of. I don't know.
So put it in perspective.
So anyhow, but thank you for the calls. We do appreciate that. We have to take a break, but not before we give something away, because we have here in our studio this morning Cluster's handcrafted popcorn.
Yeah.
And they are soon going to be popping up. You get it, popping at King of Prussia Mall. They're set to open in March, and joining spots in Jackson Outlets, Berlin Farmers Market, New Hope, Peddler's Village, the Wildwood Boardwalk, and Bethlehem as well. They have over 50 handcrafted, one-of-a-kind flavors in the rotation, and you can visit clusterpopcorn.com for more information. Or you can get some for yourself, because I have a $50 gift card for caller number 20 at 215-263-WMMR. And they have so many different flavors. Of course, you're familiar with caramel corn and things like cheddar and whatnot, but they have like cookie explosion, toasted coconut, cinnamon toast, peanut lovers, peanut butter blast, sweet habanero,
yes,
vanilla cupcake. It goes on and on.
I saw a pickle one.
Yeah, just like a pickle.
Yeah.
Buffalo and blue, garlic parmesan, truffle parmesan and rosemary. Dear Lord.
That's all great stuff.
Caller number 20. We'll set you up with that. 215-263-WMMR. We'll come back in a moment and we'll get some bizarre file stories, so hang out for a moment.
Preston and Steve.
Oh my God, he's Tom?
What happened?
Yes, I'm here.
He still sounds like it. Tom, are you there? Oh my God!
Your connection is horrible, Tom.
WMMR goes into lockdown.
I put my house in fire.
Coming to kill all of you.
I bathe in the river Styx, which is molten fire.
Oh my God.
That is the most terrifying phone line I've ever heard.
I feel like we need to get clips from him.
Let's see if it clears up. Tom, are you still there?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm still here. It's a better now.
He's calling from Jupiter. Wow, Tom, your phone line. Your phone line sucks, bud. So.
Oh man.
But it's awfully entertaining. Call back another time. Wow, that was bizarre.
Your mother is in here with us.
And it's Linda Blair's birthday.
Yeah, it's
we were just
perfect,
talking about that earlier. Wow. All right, let me see. We're going to have to wrap up here in just a second, right, Case? No sad bro coming up. No sad dough, no sad bro. Hang on a second here. I'll go to Sean real quick. Sean, good morning.
It's shower time.
It's shower time, bitch.
All I did was get out of the shower.
William Shatner and his ex-wife Elizabeth are dividing up everything in their estate, from dogs to land to ashes of exes to horse semen.
Wow.
TMZ reports.
Okay, yeah, because he
loves it.
He's a breeder.
Yeah.
He loves
He puts it in his cereal.
Love horse semen.
I tell you, I love it in my cereal. It's so thick and creamy. There's just something about waking up to horse jizz.
Oh my God.
Elizabeth.
Spock, what's this in your coffee cup?
Elizabeth gets 2 horses. William gets all the dogs, 2 horses, and all of the horse semen. He gets
who gets the jig jill?
He gets all of the horse semen and equipment, the horse semen equipment.
He gets all the dogs?
He gets all the dogs,
That
yeah.
seems unfair.
Semen?
It's horse semen in my big, piping hot mug of coffee.
And these are per the papers obtained by TMZ. Elizabeth gets...
Yes, I'd like a bear claw and a coffee with horse semen. You don't have horse semen? You don't know how delicious it is in a cup of coffee?
So Elizabeth, gets a Malibu and a Versailles, Kentucky home. By the way, in Kentucky, it's pronounced Versailles, not Versailles. Plus her family farm in Indiana, while he gets a ranch and their Studio City home.
But I got the semen, correct?
He gets all the semen. Their agreement also spelled out animal visitation rights because they don't have children. So
Preston, you know what I love to do? I love to drink horse semen through a crazy straw.
Crazy straw.
Through a crazy straw. It looks wild.
Yeah, I can imagine. Wow. All right, we're going to leave with this. Johnny Depp has launched a $50 million defamation suit against his ex-wife Amber Heard. He claims she lied about him abusing her and furthermore claims that she cheated on him within 1 month of their marriage in 2015 with Tesla founder Elon Musk. He claims that Heard...
I have proof.
He claimed that Heard received late-night visits from Musk.
Where did you get that segue?
At the at the L.A.
Bitch, where'd you get this segue?
He got...
What's with all the rockets?
She had late-night visits from Musk at their L.A. home.
I'm a cowboy!
That Depp and Heard shared while he was traveling. Are you a cowboy or a pirate? Make up your mind.
Pie boy.
A pie boy, okay.
A pirate.
The 55-year-old suit against his 32-year-old ex reportedly stems from an op-ed that she wrote for the Washington Post in December, in which she said, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." His career, he claims, has been damaged by the allegations and led to him being dropped from his lucrative role in the Pirates of the Caribbean film.
I think actually if he had just let this go, he'd draw less attention to it. By engaging in this, he's drawing more attention to it. Kind of let it just go inert. Who would have read that op-ed piece?
Yeah, but you know what? But the thing is, if he truly is innocent of all of these things,
thank you.
It doesn't matter if he lets it go because 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the road, that's going to be his legacy, and I guess he doesn't want to stand for that. If indeed he is,
can I tell you something?
Yeah,
I love you, roast beef.
Thank you, Preston.
The claim adds Ms. Heard is not a victim of domestic abuse. She is a perpetrator.
She is a perpetrator.
Yeah, Depp report. What?
I don't know. I was just waiting for a Yosemite Sam moment.
I don't know what that was, but it was, because of the classic Johnny Depp Yosemite Sam.
Yeah, well, it was a cowboy thing.
Okay, I got you.
I mean, really, any moment is a good Yosemite Sam.
He's been a pirate, too.
Exactly. He has been a pirate,
I don't think that you can go wrong with Yosemite Sam.
It's just perfect.
Let me know if there's anything else you're waiting for, and I'll set you up, okay?
All right, good.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp's actions prove that he is unable to accept the truth of his ongoing abusive behavior. This is according to, the other side.
Yes.
But
we've seen what appears to be damning video of him going on a tirade.
And, in the tirade, he's just slamming things down.
Where are the Cocoa Puffs?
He's not actually being physical with her.
Doggy.
Little doggy.
He looks so. It's just him waking up, and he's in a bad mood.
His mother, somebody
he's
just
wearing
died,
a cowboy hat. Did his mom just die?
I don't. Yeah, I think so. It might have been shortly after that. But yeah, he's wearing the cowboy hat and sunglasses, and he's just.
Yeah.
Where are my spurs?
Yeah.
He's got his cap gun
Where
shooter.
are my spurs? I don't want to look like some cowpoke.
She's always leaving them laying around somewhere. He can't find them. They're supposed to be.
God damn it! I just stepped on my spurs.
Here they are.
They're supposed to be
Give
in
me
the
my spurs.
supposed to be in the laundry room.
Look at that.
Yeah.
They're walking over on their own.
I guess so.
I got the new ones from Nike. They're autonomous.
Boy, ladies and gentlemen, what a treat. Filling in for Pierre Robert. Your midday excursion today will be hosted by the man about town, Bill Weston.
My God.
right. Talk about setting the bar really low.
When's the last time you've done a music shift?
I did a 6 to 10 Saturday morning show like 5 or 6 months ago.
Okay.
I came in and got off before you guys were up.
By the way, I remember there was one. You get good feedback. You know, people enjoy hearing you on the air, and obviously you're no neophyte to this. So,
I follow the program director's credo called Tight and Bright.
Tight and Bright.
How long were you a jock?
Oh, gosh. Maybe 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it most of that in Buffalo?
Most of that was Love Lines, Nick.
I did top 40 in Erie, the worst 2 years of my life. I did a couple years on a rock station in Buffalo, best years of my life. And then started getting into programming because I realized I was an okay jock, but I was probably a better programmer.
Okay. Yeah, you're a great programmer. I have a question about, we have this thing, it's called the Zeta system, which is the software system that has all the music and commercials and all this stuff. You know how to run it pretty well?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. There's the amount of dead air that Pierre manages to eke out of that system?
Because truth be told, I couldn't run this. There's no way. I could. Casey does all the. I just hit the buttons to put everything in motion. If I had to do this on my own, I wouldn't be able to do it.
Well, yeah, Pancake.
I don't do it enough. But Pancake, you got a great producer.
Yeah, and you know what?
Following you up there.
Chuck schedules a lot of stuff, and Todd in promotions. And if you don't change it, if you kind of run it the way it's supposed to run, you don't have to do a whole lot. Just stop it and start it, right? So
now, are you going to do your usual War of the Roses and Hot Girl Check-In?
Hot Girl Check-In.
I'm going to be celebrating National French Bread Day. What is it, like Baguette Day today?
We've got these 19-foot loaves of French bread out in the green room, plus chocolate chip cookies the size of manhole covers.
You know what? It's also National Ravioli Day. So you can celebrate
so we're going to be a big block of songs about ravioli, right? At 12 noon. And Bill.
Hi, we're Warren, and we love ravioli.
A 10-minute version of Bill's Bulletin.
Oh,
Instead
wow.
of Pierre's Planner.
Bill's Bulletin.
No, we're not going. We're not doing that.
Bill's Bulletin. I like that.
Oh, boy.
We're going to play a lot of music.
And then the Farm Report.
There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Weston with the Bill's Bulletin.
Good evening, Mr. America. Mr.
And all the ships at sea.
Ships at sea.
This one goes out to Lottie in Kansas, who's having her hip replacement surgery today. Lottie, we're pulling for ya.
Do you want me to run sound effects for you?
No, it's good. I will, in honor of Chester Bennington's birthday today, we'll get some Linkin Park on. We're going to do some blocks for The Clash, one of my favorite bands ever. Since we missed out on World Clash Day a couple weeks ago, we're going to make up for it today in a big block of Clash.
Did you ever see The Clash perform live?
I did not.
That is one of my greatest concert experiences.
I did see them. Oh, God. I just realized I did see The Clash.
Really? You just blocked it out of your favorite band, or you blocked it out of your mind?
It was at a stadium. They were at a part of a stadium tour with The Who.
That's when I saw
it. It was David Johansen,
Yes.
and then The Clash, and then The Who.
Yeah.
So
That was very Rocky V. It was like,
I love this. I was looking on our next guest Twitter account, and he's got a tweet from Ryan Reynolds.
Yes.
It says, excited to see the Snyder Cut, but ahead of its debut, and with the aid of a good amount of aviation gin, tonight at 6 p.m., I'll do something I've never done. Actually watch The Green Lantern. Happy St. Patrick's Day. That was sent to Zack Snyder. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very fortunate to have this gentleman on. He was gracious enough to give us this wonderful interview at the Camp Out for Hunger. It was fantastic.
So cool.
And we're stoked on the day that this big event that we've long awaited, that he is joining us this morning. Is very, very cool.
I mean, the stuff that so many people thought would never happen, and here it is.
Please welcome Zack Snyder to the show this morning. Zack.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing great. Doing really great this morning.
It is an exciting day for a lot of people, including most of all you. And the first question I want to get into, Zack, is just to remind everybody, how did this come to be? Where did this idea start that this movie needed to go back and be redone and added all this extra footage? I think it was fan-based, was it not?
100%.
All right, thanks, Gath. Real quick text message I want to read. It says, Gadzooks, guys, I don't know who answered the phone a few minutes ago. But what a nice young man. When Preston
Aw.
couldn't take my call before the break, he came back and thanked me for calling, and that was refreshing to hear. Have a nice flight, and happy birthday, Ann Gorski. So thank you. That is Sam.
Yeah.
Sam answering our phones, a very pleasant young man. Of
He
course.
is.
He does a lot around here, so we thank him for being a part of our program. I want to mention as well, we'll do some more giveaways in a little while from Clusters. Handcrafted popcorn. Casey went and got me some of the flavor called Just Like a Pickle. It's outstanding.
But do they know that you are the pickle king?
I don't know if they know that, but they do now.
They do now.
I wholeheartedly approve. I could devour
Yes.
a gigantic bag of that. It tastes so good. So we'll do some more giveaways in just a moment in conjunction with their appearance here today. By the way, their website is clusterpopcorn.com if you want to find location near you. There are 7 in the area. Bizarre file time. Let's get to it.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Helium Comedy Club. You can heat up your winter with some big-time laughs at Helium Comedy Club, celebrating 20 years of bringing Philly the best comics of today and tomorrow live every week. And tickets and lineup are available at heliumcomedy.com. So authorities at a federal prison in Louisiana have arrested 2 men in connection with a plot to smuggle contraband items into the facility, and they had a very unique way of doing it. The incident occurred at the Pollock facility. Authorities there say 2 men from Colorado attempted to smuggle $112,000 worth of tobacco and $89,500 worth of methamphetamine inside of the correctional facility. And the men allegedly planned to use an air cannon to blast the contraband items over the prison fences and walls. So essentially like a big T-shirt can.
It's kind of ingenious. Yeah.
Potato gun
yeah,
or something.
Sure. I was horrified to think we were talking about the butt.
Further investigation revealed that the men planned to use commercially produced compressed air cannon to launch the items some 350 feet into the prison's population. I was thinking about you, Casey, because at the parade, you were shooting the T-shirt cannon.
Yeah, and you definitely have to pack that stuff tightly. So
yeah,
I wonder so I don't know who purchased the T-shirt cannon. If there's one standard model, are there in fact more powerful T-shirt cannons?
Yeah.
Okay.
The smuggling operation was uncovered by a sharp-eyed deputy who noticed some strange behavior going on near the prison walls. The deputy intercepted the 2 men. I would think that even if it was a prison guard, they'd be like going, over here.
I want meth. I want meth too.
The deputy intercepted the 2 men and arrests were made. 18-year-old Jose Munoz and 19-year-old Angel Gutierrez, both of Colorado, were arrested and charged with attempting to introduce contraband into a penal institution. Penal.
Can't help it.
A Louisiana woman has been arrested on a second-degree murder charge after authorities say she fatally shot her boyfriend over an argument that had to do with breakfast. Deputies responded Sunday morning to a home, found 23-year-old Joshua Jones unresponsive with a gunshot wound to the chest. He was pronounced dead at the scene. Investigators said...
Let go my ego.
Investigators said Tamira Hubbard called 911 and admitted to shooting Jones following a dispute about the food that had been prepared for breakfast.
Wow.
And also personal finances. Hubbard
that too.
was arrested at the scene and booked into the parish jail, and she is being held on $1 million bond.
There are no egos, and you've been embezzling me.
The investigation is ongoing. We've talked about it before, but fights,
Food
I mean
fights.
like really nasty
Yeah.
fights, can happen over food.
Let me ask you, of the meals, the 3 meals of the standard meals of the day, which one do you think is more likely to produce, over the years that you were reporting in the Bizarre File about battles over food, they seem to occur most when?
I'd say in afternoon, man. I'm trying to think of all the ones that squabbles I've gotten in over food. It hasn't been over breakfast ever.
Right.
Well,
You know what
I mean, well, pickle loaf was pretty late in the evening.
Yeah, that
right?
was late night.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a good one too. So
When is
evening.
alcohol? When's alcohol?
Yeah,
involved?
exactly.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
don't see breakfast as being a
Yeah.
meal to fight
Mimosas are
over.
pleasant.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you've had a pop or two prior to dinner,
Yeah.
you're going to kill someone over olive loaf.
Yeah. In Billings, Montana, speaking of fighting over food, a woman is recovering after her DoorDash driver attacked her Thursday night. It was a day that Star Mason would never forget. Her oldest daughter was in labor, ready to deliver the family's first grandchild. She says, my first grandbaby, it's a big deal for me. And it was a few hours later when Mason's biggest nightmare would unfold. After being awake for nearly 24 hours, she decided to DoorDash something for dinner. Mason ordered a chicken sandwich, a bag of chips, and a huckleberry drink. After a few moments of placing that initial order, she added a small side of soup. Because of that, 2 dashers were assigned to the order. Now, at this time, Mason's husband, Charles, was at the movie with their youngest son. Mason says the first driver took over an hour to deliver that food, with most of the time spent in the Applebee's parking lot, according to the driver's location.
Okay.
Eventually, the second delivery driver, who requested to remain anonymous, showed up at the restaurant. Mason received a call from the restaurant saying that because she had not received her order yet, they would remake it. Both drivers arrived at Mason's house around the same time. The first driver's delivery had been tampered with, Mason says. She said, my entire bag had been ripped. It looked like it had been cut with scissors. I can't tell if he said I opened it to check or if he said I didn't open it. Because of the delayed delivery, the tampered food, and the fact that the driver ignored Mason's calls while in the Applebee's parking lot, Mason did not want to tip him. A confrontation broke out between this delivery driver and Mason. However, Mason...
I'm glad I ate your food.
Eventually decided to tip both the first and second driver. She told them both to have a good night before closing the door. And that's when the first driver attacked her. She said he stopped me from shutting the door, and he hit with so much force. The only thing that makes sense to me, how he got me down as hard as I did, was that his hand was on the other side, and he pushed with both hands. The driver pushed the door, and Mason's shoulders, forcing her to fall backward with the door slamming against her face.
Jeez.
In the fall, she ended up hurting her spine, hips, waist, shoulders, and jaw. In the incident, Mason spilled the hot soup, food, and drinks all over herself as well. Mason said the driver then entered the home and shouted, "You got what you deserved," before fleeing the scene.
That's from the book of Dumb Things to Yell.
Mason spent over 4 hours at the hospital in the emergency room. She was grateful for the second delivery driver, though, as he called the police, got the first driver's license plate number, and helped clean up Mason afterwards.
Here, have some soup.
Yeah, so I don't know what kind of charges that guy is facing. So, all right, let's do one more story, and then we will wrap it up. This one's really weird. A 14-year-old Brazilian boy died after he injected himself with butterfly remains. And I'll explain in a moment. Police are investigating if it was part of a twisted online challenge. So Davi Nunes Moreira started to vomit and then developed a limp after mixing a dead butterfly in water and then injecting the liquid into his leg.
Is it supposed to have some sort of trippy attribute?
I think so.
Yeah.
So the teen told his dad that he hurt himself while playing, but then confessed to what really happened after he continued growing sicker and was admitted to the hospital. His dad found the syringe his son had used hidden under his pillow. Davi had ended up succumbing to his injuries. He died. The mysterious death linked to possible toxins in butterfly mix that caused his body to shut down as he went into septic shock, is making headlines across Brazil. Local police are waiting for the full post-mortem results before declaring the cause of death. However, authorities have not ruled out the possibility the boy was participating in an unusual social media craze that proved fatal.
It's exactly stories like this that made me switch to I can't believe it's not butterfly.
A butterfly specialist at the director of Sao Paulo University's Zoology Museum said toxicity of butterflies to humans has not been studied nearly enough. While the milkweed that monarch butterflies feed on as caterpillars is a poisonous toxin stored in their bodies, authorities have not specified what type of butterfly the teen injected into his body. The incident remains under investigation. Isn't that weird?
I've never heard of anything like that.
No.
You hear like toad licking and all that stuff. Or
All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. So as we're going to take a break, let me give away another one of these. $50 gift card for Cluster's handcrafted popcorn. And they brought by some yummy stuff. I told you a moment ago, I just tried the Just Like a Pickle. It's fantastic. Pickle lovers, you're going to love this. Trust me on this. I'm the Grand Gherkin.
You're here with the Grand Marshal, the Pickle Festival.
So make sure that you join Cluster's Handcrafted Popcorn Loyalty Program as well. We'll take caller number 14, by the way, 215-263-WMMR. You can bring back your Cluster's popcorn tubs and tins to any location. Ring the loyalty bell to skip the line, and you get a refillable discount that can save you up to $5 per tub. So if you're interested in that, you can go to clusterpopcorn.com and get yourself all of the details. So we'll take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment, and our buddy Drew Gulak is going to be here. A little later on, we're going to have composer Laura Karpman, who we love, has been on the show before. She's done the music for the latest Captain America movie. So we'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
I don't know. It's a long saga of what happened during the film. People might not know that the original Justice League that was released in theaters, that I've never seen the movie. I left the project due to a family tragedy that we had, and so I never completed the film. They brought in another guy to finish it, and they made a couple of changes in my absence, and so. I guess there was a hashtag that circulated called Release the Snyder Cut. And that hashtag started on November 17th, 2017, which is the day the movie was originally released.
Wow.
There was a guy who walked out of the theater and just went like, nope. And just and tweeted that. And since, it's been tweeted millions of times. The studio finally was like, okay, well, I guess we have to do this.
It's miraculous. Yeah. It is a miraculous thing when you stop and think about it. So the actual release itself, Zach, the actual movie, that it's in existence the way you originally envisioned it, but now the story of it has become Hollywood legend as well, how this actually was executed. So something that I'm sure would have to frustrate any artist and any guy, and I consider you a visionary. Preston and I, we all love your work. I mean, we're massive fans. And to think, okay, I guess I have to cast that one into the dustbin of, that's it. And then to be able to go back, and then you're getting things like IGN saying Zack Snyder's Justice League is a vindication for the director and the fans that believed in his vision. That's got to be awesome on this day to hear stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really cool. And just the fans have been so amazing. Our big cause is suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And, the fans have raised now $600,000 just, in the little fan community. Because every time they did an activation, like if they bought a billboard, half the money would go to AFSP and the other half of the money would be like a billboard, or like whatever they do, half of the money goes to, AFSP and, for suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And it's just an incredible, I've said 100 times, like, well, if there was no movie, what the fans have done is incredible, especially during this pandemic where there's a lot of people suffering, through some hard times, on top of the, this virus, there's also just the impact on all of us as people. And I think that they've really been just amazing and tip of the spear in that way, and I'm just proud of the community.
Well, you participated in our Camp Out for Hunger, and just to put into perspective what happened, that ended up, when we thought we were fighting, the Battle of Sisyphus there, pushing the boulder up the hill, it ended up being by leaps and bounds, our most productive camp out ever, and again, thanks in part to you and the other people who did it. So the generosity is not gone, and for anyone who's going to enjoy and has been excited for this event, that we'll put the link up. I'm sure Nick probably already has, to direct money for people who want to make donations to this charity, which has touched your life and is sadly touching so many lives right now. And then turn a negative into a positive. But I have to ask you, so there is so much that initially I was unaware, after having seen the movie in the theater and having loved the way you had progressed this story. With Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. To me, it seemed very Wagnerian and very operatic, and I love it. I love that whole thing. And while Justice League definitely has its moments, the tone was different. And so now that I realize there were huge chunks that were excised, Preston and I loved the character of Cyborg, and you could just feel he had been shorted so much screen time. That has been corrected, correct?
Cyborg is really it's his movie in a lot of ways. I think when you see it, you're going to be very much, you're basically seeing Cyborg's story in a lot of ways. It's his origin, and that was always when Chris Terrio and I were working on the story. Our intent was always to have Cyborg. It was his time. We thought this movie was going to be all about Cyborg, and frankly, Justice League really takes that character, all the way.
I love it.
I can't wait for you to see it. But I was suggesting that you guys leave the studio right now.
Oh, Zach was actually giving us a pass and suggested, and I suggested we ran the show from like the time of Live Aid, and it would probably it wouldn't work out. But so we're going to tell our bosses you've given us the pass right now, actually on social media, and there are people responding who are just loving it. And you've always dealt with people who just summarily just don't buy into what you're doing. I've from the get-go has had legions bought into it. And you like long movies. We talked about this last time at the Camp Out for Hunger. And if you're telling a story, it's like I was looking at the runtime initially when the first iteration of Justice League was released. Like, how are you? What is this? What was this filmed in a photo booth? I mean, how are you getting these huge stories compacted?
The movie, I think the runtime of the movie it's 2 hours with credits. So it's, I think, an hour and, 40, or 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Total. I mean, I think that's not even half of the movie that I've just finished. So if you're ready for a deep dive into into some Justice League characters, if you're ready to really go all the way, please, this is what it's all about.
Zach, mentioning a long film, and for those who maybe have a hard time consuming something that's 4 hours long, I did read this morning that it is kind of broken up into 30-minute chapters. Is that the case?
Yeah, when I originally finished this cut of the movie, I finished in January of 2017. So I've been working on it even 2016. So and I had this idea then that I should divide the movie into chapters. And so it's really easy to, I think as a stream, when you're streaming it, and then, this is a great HBO Max thing that's happening, in that when you sit on your sofa, if you sort of think about it psychologically, like you're about to binge basically 7 half-hour episodes of a giant, some are 40 minutes and whatever, but I think you really, in that sense, it's really easy to watch, and you can always pause it at the chapters and go get your chips or go to the bathroom, or you can come back the next day. But it's really, I think in that way, it's the right sort of platform for it. We did finish an IMAX version of the movie as well, which hopefully when the theaters kind of open up more, we can put it up in IMAX for you guys, because we want to do that for charity, in the fall.
Oh, we'll be there. We'll promote it. Yeah, we'll absolutely do that. And just to let people know, and it's my understanding that they might be thrown off as you watch it, as everyone will watch it today, and then donate to Zach's charity as well. That the aspect ratio that you'll see at home is a little bit different, correct?
Yeah, it's like the opposite of letterbox. So everyone took a while to get used to letterbox format, which is when you have black bars on the top and bottom, the kind of widescreen look. This is the opposite. It's in Academy, or it's in full app. So it is shot in the sort of IMAX format, which is like a big square. So you'll have some bars on the sides of the screen. So don't worry about that. That's part of it.
I was seeing side-by-side comparisons, and I love from, you see more stuff going on. You need to see the bat signal. Yeah. Obviously, I have my Batman here with me. But I mean, the fact that all of that is going on, and just the color changes that you've done, Steppenwolf got a badass makeover. And I mean, with what you did, and HBO Max gave you some money, but what you've been able to do, and I've just seen stills, so I'm very excited. But everything looks fantastic.
Cheers. Yeah, you're going to get to see Darkseid. I don't know if you know anything about
I
DC.
do.
Darkseid he's the King Daddy bad guy of the DC universe, and he's not messing around. He doesn't play nice. He's just here to
mess everything up. Yeah, and
that's every single thing up. All right, let's hope that Justice League gets it together.
Don't give it away.
So with that,
I'm saying I hope.
Okay. Are there other actors who were initially on the cutting room floor that are now getting their treatment in this film?
Listen, I don't know 100% because, as I said, I haven't seen the theatrical cut. I might have to do that analysis. But I do know that Ryan Choi, the character of Ryan Choi, who would eventually become the Atom, his character was cut. And Kiersey Clemons, who plays Iris, she was cut. So anyway,
she's in a sequence.
Cyborg Mom.
She's in a sequence with the Flashes. Gets a lot more time on the screen. Ezra Miller. We know there's a new Flash movie that is in the works. We get to see a bit of what the Speed Force concept looks like, which is very cool.
Sure.
Cyborg's dad, Silas Joe Morton, we see a little bit more of him. And, what I love is that Steppenwolf
has a really amazing arc. Yeah, sorry.
No problem. Steppenwolf, in that version, it was like, what? Why are you so pissed off? What is this about? With Darkseid in the mix, you I guess from what I understand and what I've read, is that Steppenwolf comes off more as he's just trying to please his boss, and he's
MMR.
Thanks, Kath. By the way, a little bit later on, if we have a chance, there's a great Cardboard Classic song.
So good.
that we have to play from Sammy Vile. We will get to that maybe after we talk to Laura Karpman. We'll have a chance to do that. But and I want to say this, that I said we all have all these sleds registered. Registration ends tomorrow.
Yes, it does.
There's still time. You can get something together. You can register and put it together and have it ready to go by next week. You're gonna have to work a little hard on it, but you can get that done. So if there's some friends you want to reach out to, we're not at capacity. There's still some room left, and you can sign up for a sled. WMMR.com for that.
Was there an event recently that you might want to capitalize on and make that the theme of your sled?
Maybe.
Something that maybe galvanize the whole city.
Yes, quite possible.
That speaks to you on an emotional level.
That could be your theme. Or you can also do the, we have the Tito's Handmade Vodka.
Yeah, it's true.
Sled as well. The best sled design for Tito's wins $1,000. It's a pretty sweet deal. So you can put something together. And we also have our favorite fail and all kinds of good stuff. And that's courtesy of Pro Team Collision, by the way. So we do have sponsors for those.
We went to great lengths to sort of plan out in classic Preston and Steve fashion, but I think we made some modifications that will help things move along a lot quicker.
We'll see.
We'll see. Or it'll be a horrifying disaster of untold proportions.
A week from tomorrow at Montage Mountain. All right, our next guest is in the studio, and he is ready to teach you a thing or two about the world of professional wrestling. Ladies and gentlemen, Drew Gulak is here.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me back.
Nice to see you. Boy, you're the most friendly professional wrestler. You sound so courteous.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I try to be nice.
Until it's time to not be nice.
Yes.
Yeah, when
Dalton taught us that.
Yeah. You got to be you got to have a good attitude when you're in the ring and stay really focused.
Pain don't hurt.
Yeah.
That's Dalton.
When did you shave your head?
Yeah.
Oh, so I left WWE about a year ago.
Okay.
And for TV purposes, you want to try to keep a consistent look for the most part. So I'd grown my hair out for a while. And I'll tell you, I was just getting tired of having longer hair for a long time. So as soon as I was free, that's the first thing I did.
Really?
I cut my hair finally.
Okay.
Yeah, I love the way this feels.
Yeah.
I haven't had that for another 4 years.
You
or
gonna go
so,
straight, shave down like old Uncle Steve here?
Oh yeah, that's my goal.
Yeah,
My goal is to
So
one
I
day
did what you did.
go full Mr. Clean.
I was thinning, had like a Bruce Willis Die Hard with a Vengeance. That would have been my level of hair loss. And so I just said, let me take it where it's going, and I've never looked back. I love it.
You look beautiful.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thing about having a head of hair is there's maintenance involved.
Absolutely.
And it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, there's maintenance involved. When you're doing stuff on television, you got, I don't know, there's lights. And that shows everything.
Yeah.
So you got to cover up stuff.
Hey, by the way, as far as having hair goes in wrestling, I mean the hair is an implement. You can use that and grab it.
That's totally true.
And it can be a hindrance if you have longer hair.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, in the fighting world, in high school wrestling and stuff like that was always a thing. People would, shave their heads just so that they didn't get caught on anything.
Yeah.
Or even with the girls fighting, like they'll do cornrows or something for a fight.
Yeah.
You see that a lot.
That's why Sergeant Ponytail always lost.
Yeah, Sergeant Ponytail. Yeah, you would think they would have figured it out.
Dude, I know why you're losing. Just change it. No, but I'd say
Captain
also,
Afro.
Captain Afro. Bad. But we were talking to the green. I'm following you on Instagram. You look to be in probably the best shape of your life.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't know what I posted recently as far as like me shirtless or anything.
But you're looking pretty formidable.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
No, I have a friend, Jason Cachetta. He runs a personal training company. I met him like 5 or 6 years ago and just got really serious about longevity in wrestling because wrestling is extremely physical. We're getting thrown around a lot. You're getting up and down a lot. And then as you get older, like that, all that stuff gets harder and recovery times get shorter. So like we've just been working on prepping for the future and training for longevity. So like
it's smart.
Ideally the look comes with it with the consistency that you put in. But yeah, it's all been about injury prevention.
We're going to talk a little bit about in a moment about Catchpoint Professional Wrestling training, but a few other questions before we get to that because you can sign up with Drew and get some training into how to enter into this world. But speaking of longevity in the business of professional training and sports entertainment and so on, if you are a superstar and you've got a certain amount of fame and popularity, even if your physicality is lacking or starting to deteriorate, you can stay in the game for a while because of your popularity, right? Or they can kind of keep you in there.
I think it's a case by case thing, right? Like people who are very lucky who wrestle at the top of our game, like they reach so many people and connect with so many people, and it's
like your Captain Afros.
Captain Afro, his time, unbelievable.
Yeah. It does seem that they're going for longer runs these days.
They are,
and remaining less ambassadors and more active in the ring.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. So. Like when I think about like the top wrestlers, right? The Rock is the one who jumps out like immediately. Mm-hmm. His initial run with WWE, like when he was at his peak, was 3 years.
Wow,
right?
It seems so much longer.
Like I was there for 8 years. So like in the scale of things, like it's not so much the time that you necessarily need to put in, but what you do with that time or what you're able to do with that time and how you connect with people. But that, of course, if you do that, you can come back and use that kind of popularity to go on other things. Some people go into politics.
Right.
Yeah.
Some people will foray into acting if they want to. Some people stay in the industry as like a trainer or a coach or a producer backstage.
Millard Fillmore was a wrestler. A lot of people
really?
No, but
we had gone. I had gone to Monday Night Raw one night, and Casey will never forget this because all the lights went off and it went completely dark, and there was one person in the ring, and when the lights came back on, the Undertaker was standing there. And we're like, oh my God! But he was one that I was like, okay, he's not moving so well anymore, but they keep him in because people love him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean he's done a lot, and like
a lot.
You know, that's one of the things with like long term and like the frequency of wrestling. And he had a really long career with WWE. Just being on the road that long, really just sitting on a plane that much, right?
So with Catchpoint and with your philosophy and teaching wrestling and teaching about how to be able to keep a career going on, and we talked about this. It's as comprehensive an approach to this as I've ever heard because you're coming at it from the business end, from the presentation end, from all of that stuff. What seems to be the pie in the sky thing that a new student comes in believing that's just not the case about the world of wrestling?
I think, when you're dealing with younger kids, they see what's on TV and they just want to do it and jump into it. I guess really with just the younger audience, the less mature audience, my goal with them is to kind of just say, hey, like, this is a performance art. This is a form of show business.
Right.
It's very difficult to reach the top, right?
Yeah.
But it is possible.
Yes.
Like I don't want to destroy their dreams.
Right.
But I want to work with them to help them achieve that as best as possible.
You got to be realistic.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Got to be realistic.
Yeah.
So like with them, I say like if you're in school, focus on school too. Right? If you have a job, like you need to have some kind of stability outside of this. It's just like, I think we touched on this maybe the last time I was in studio. It's like an independent musician, right? Who's just getting started on the road or like trying to tour with their band and do smaller venues, which is what we do in wrestling when we work up on the independents. We work bingo halls or we work,
it's part of the charm, I guess.
The parking lots and that kind of stuff. Like that's not a high paying situation most of the time. So you have to kind of balance that.
You have to love it enough to know that you're going to be toughing it out. That's something that Corporal Unrealistic never understood, the wrestler.
Corporal Unrealistic, his feud with Captain Afro, I mean, back in the day, just
legendary.
Yeah, one-sided.
But, Corporal Unrealistic just rolled over. No, but that is something, again, and I always say and you have to take that approach because you don't want to quash someone's dreams.
No.
And you want them, obviously, and you're going to try to focus them in the right way.
Yeah.
But there needs to be the awareness of a come to Jesus moment at a certain point.
It's the people who come in and go like, I'm going to be on TV in 6 months. And I look at them and I'm like, have you ever, been to a gym?
Yeah. Right.
And I don't mean that to knock them, but I'm like, I want to teach you how to start to get things in motion. So maybe one day that can become a reality for you.
Yeah.
Right.
So that maybe at some point your physicality will catch up to your mentality, right? If you're already going in there like, all right, I'm the next big thing.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's pump the brakes.
Right.
By the way, you can be fat guy wrestler too.
Yes.
There are fat guy wrestlers.
Hey,
out
there's
there.
some great fat guy wrestlers.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Fat Guy. Oh,
He's,
great.
We're going to go through the entire ranking system here at some point.
Brigadier General.
LFG. Lieutenant Fat Guy.
Lieutenant Colonel.
Lieutenant.
Why are they all in the military?
I don't know. I started with Sergeant Slaughter.
Yeah,
just kept working.
Rise up to the ranks. Lieutenant Fat Guy went by LFG.
LFD.
LFG.
LFG.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Fat Guy.
Yeah.
Drew, you said
Topical.
you were in the WWE for 8 years. You left recently.
So
about a year ago.
About a year ago in April, my contract expired with them. And
What are you eating?
We did not renew it.
Yeah, you just
Plus
wanted to
there's
bite to eat.
popcorn, dill
Popcorn.
flavored. It's so good.
Isn't it good?
It's
so
addictive.
It tastes like pickle popcorn.
It's so good.
Yeah.
It's really good. So about a year ago, my contract. So I did 4 total contracts with WWE and made it through all of them. Some people get released from there, and that's never a fun thing, but it's part of the business.
What precipitates that? I mean, I assume that you're underperforming. The audience isn't reacting. What are the metrics they use to determine that they're going to say we should part ways?
A lot of times, it really has to do with budget reasons,
really,
and how many people they can have at a time for whatever they're doing, in the situation.
We never perceive the WWE as having budgetary issues.
Yeah, no, that's why.
Yeah,
that's part of the business. They have to keep that end. Triple H used to say, I only have so many rooms in the hotel. Once a room opens up, we'll get you in there.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. But for me, logistically in my career, where I was and with, what the business side of my deal, it just didn't line up with continuing on, which is fine. I'm surprised. Honestly, if we're being realistic, if 17-year-old Drew Gulak from Northeast High School, who just started independent wrestling, was here saying, "Oh, I just did 8 years with WWE," to me, that's insane.
Yeah.
Comprehend it.
Yeah,
right?
Beyond your goal. Yeah,
right. And so I am so grateful for the experience and the time that I had there, and I'm ready to move on, to do other things. And if something happens where I wind up back there, that's great too. But it has to be right. It has to be the right fit.
All right, so you're not done in the show. You could possibly. Okay.
No. I mean, I have some events coming up.
Cool.
Independently, which I love doing, and I did that for years as well.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think? What was your best match that you had in your 8 years that you were with WWE? What
best match?
Yeah. What do you think? If you were to take your highlight reels,
yeah. So the one that stands out that people will come to me with, I saw you do that match. I had a match with Daniel Bryan here in Philadelphia, 1-on-1. We opened a pay-per-view. It must have been 3 or 4 years ago at this point.
It was against Constable Chaos.
Daniel Bryan. Yeah, Constable Chaos, Daniel Bryan. Yeah, one of the most nicest guys ever.
And that's another guy. When he came in here, I was like, wow.
You're not that big.
He's not what you expect, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's someone who, he was always so dedicated and gifted and talented. And for the majority of his independent wrestling career, he was always at the top of their cards, right? But he was an undersized guy. So when he went to WWE, no one really expected him to do anything or make it. But he's just that good that he just went right to the top.
So are you. I mean, you're of that breed. And it's fluctuated throughout the years through WWE. And the more athletic, the more the maneuvers and things that are as opposed to the lumbering,
that's
almost sumo-esque wrestlers of your, you guys are, and in your time, putting on a real athletic display.
I think that's kind of a creative, stylistic decision that's happened over time with different waves of people coming in. Like in the early 90s, you had like big guys like Yokozuna and Earthquake and like these massive Hulk Hogan, like that generation, like they were all big people. And that was like very much Vince McMahon's creative mentality at the time, like larger than life guys. And then like you had the Bret the Hitman Harts and the Shawn Michaels come in like a little bit later.
Yeah.
So now we're focused more on like in-ring technical prowess and like larger than life characters. Then you had back to the bigger guys with like The Rock and Stone Cold, who were like they were pretty big guys. Triple H when he came in, bodybuilding backgrounds and stuff like that, or people who got into bodybuilding. At Batista, like you can go through the generations and see like where these large wrestlers came in, and then the smaller wrestlers would always kind of serve as like the undercard people, where they would help to build up the bigger guys, or they would just be put, I need a good match here, but not necessarily a top star. Triple H, when he came in, he was very much in support of like trying to push the athleticism forward.
Oh, that was one of his directives?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So you didn't get to fully answer Casey's question. David Bryan was
Daniel Bryan.
Or Daniel Bryan. I'm sorry. That was your favorite match?
I don't know. It's so hard for me to pick. Man, I loved every single match I had there.
Okay.
I really did.
All right.
So like for me to go, that was my favorite. You know what? The one that I had that was really fun and like emotionally important and meaningful, I got to wrestle against Oni Lorcan, who used to work as Biff Busick on the independent scene, and he was someone who I came up with on the independent scene together. We had the same tryout.
Okay. Oh, wow.
We worked the bingo halls in those venues for years. We got to wrestle each other one-on-one for a title at SummerSlam.
That's amazing.
That's a huge match.
Yeah.
Right? In a vacuum, that's like impossible, it seems like. But we did that, and it was a really good match. It was fun. There's a lot of those moments that have happened. I could talk all day, honestly.
Sure.
I want to ask, because we all in the radio world have radio dreams. It's been a while since I've had a radio dream. Usually a radio dream is like Whitney Houston is playing for some reason. And we're at a rock station.
Or we're trying to hit these buttons and they're not working. And
I had one last night.
Work nightmares.
Really? I had one last night. I could see you guys broadcasting, and I went to the bathroom, and I couldn't. How do I get there? And I was freaking the F out.
It's a good question. Yeah. Are there wrestling dreams?
There are. There are definitely some wrestling dreams. One that's very common for wrestlers to have is that they forgot their gear. That's their ring attire. So it ranges from like, I just don't have the right outfit to like, I'm naked now. Right? Those are like the terrifying wrestling dreams. That's a very common one, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do people, do you have any people who are enrolling at Catch Point who are just interested in, they love wrestling, but they also want to kind of get in shape, or they want to, for a multitude of other reasons that are not just wrestling based?
If you can come up with a reason, there's someone who's come through.
Really?
Yes, absolutely. So I don't discourage people from being like a casual fan too, who just want to try it out every once in a while. Yeah.
All right, here's a question. So I don't watch wrestling as much as I used to, but is the manager still a big role or no?
It can be.
And so how do people get into that?
That's like another thing. Like if you add something from a performance side and it lines up creatively, like it can work out. A lot of managers happen to be former wrestlers.
Yep.
Like who maybe their strength was in talking, they'll pair you up with like a big guy who maybe doesn't have the best vocal chops or performance instincts, and they'll have you because you have like good performance instincts as like a veteran or marketing or whatever the reason is. They'll attach you to them, and then you add to the act, and then you become the person.
Do you think
it's almost like a hockey referee, right? Like
Exactly.
the guy that is not good enough to be the player, but knows the rules, knows how to skate, and is out there and finds another path, another career.
So there's a lot of referees in wrestling who used to be wrestlers. I'd say the majority of the referees at WWE right now were former wrestlers at some point.
Okay. Did you see the movie Iron Fist or Iron Claw?
I didn't see Iron Claw.
You didn't see it?
No,
Okay.
I know the
Great.
story, and like when I'm ready to cry, I'll give it a watch.
It's heartbreaking. It's depressing. But they go through, and I forget which one of the Von Erichs was not a good poser. He couldn't talk on the mic. Okay. And he's a great wrestler, and so one of the other brothers had to pick up the mic and kind of take that role because he wasn't the full package. He was a great wrestler, but he didn't have the salesmanship part of it.
And like to really be successful at some point, you're going to have to pick up a microphone and talk.
Is that that's part of your training? I assume that's part of the training as well.
I mean, we from the jump, like we do a 6-week fundamentals course for people who are onboarding or who want to get into wrestling from like no wrestling background as just like an alternative to what other programs are out there. And so 4 days a week, it's an intensive. We have you come in and you train, but at the beginning of every single class, it's promo time. So like we'll have like prompts and like as we develop you and give you that. You know, like when you're talking in public, guys, like it's scary, right? Like that's a huge fear for people.
Yeah.
So just to get over the nerves, we do the reps with them, and then we just prompt them as we go on.
Do you find most people though? And talking about the manager, the classic manager case, which used to be part of the dynamic, I think wrestlers just over the course of years probably got so good at seeing the ones that could do it well that they started to move into the ranks, and you didn't need that secondary person. Yeah. Do most people that come, are they at least aware of that and semi-capable of talking to crowds and they have a spiel? Or does anyone come in as a complete introvert and assume they can be a wrestler?
There are so many people who come in as introverts.
Really?
I think the idea of, I think being a wrestling fan, right? Like if you think about being a niche fan for any kind of subsect of culture like that, like you kind of like close off sometimes and you like, this is what I relate to. Like occasionally you'll find other people who relate to the same thing, and that's where you grow. You know, yeah, go ahead.
If you're just tuning in, Drew Gulak, we're speaking to, and he's got Catchpoint Professional Wrestling Training. If you want to get on board with that, you can check out thecatchpoint.com. You guys have an event coming up called the Suplex Slamboree.
Yeah.
In April, right?
So April 12th.
Okay.
Suplex Vintage Wrestling, which is a store on South Street. If that was around when I was little, I'd be there all the time. They have tons of memorabilia and collectibles.
Really?
Have created like kind of a house for those people I was just talking about.
Huh.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Cool. It's on South Street.
South Street.
And they just opened one in Orlando.
626 South Street.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Is this the same Suplex like sneaker place too?
Yeah.
Okay.
So same owner. So he said, let's go for wrestling store.
Okay,
Now is
so
the time.
they're there's a block party that's happening Saturday, April 12th, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is an outdoor kind of festival. They did one last year for WrestleMania, which was in town and had a massive crowd. And like two of my students got to debut their first. They did the 6-week course, and then we got a deal with Suplex to put them in front of that crowd for their very first match ever.
Oh, that's so cool!
And they knocked it out of the park.
Oh, wow!
Yeah. So they're doing another one this year, and I got invited to be a part of it.
We're looking at the store here. This is some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, it looks like a comic shop for wrestling fans.
Exactly. And they did a great job with it. And they watch pay-per-views there and play games.
It makes me wish that I kept all my WWF stuff from when I was a kid. I had all those action figures.
What was your favorite?
Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it didn't do anything. It literally was just a piece of like rubber.
It was imagination.
And that's, I would play with it in the bathtub. And who else did I have, man? Oh, man.
Macho Man?
I didn't have Macho Man. I'm trying to
Iron
think of who
Sheik?
else.
Drew, I brought this up last week on the show, but did you ever see the interview with Macho Man and Arsenio Hall?
Yes.
Okay.
He's incredible.
It's one of the most entertaining interviews I've ever seen in my life. And was he? I mean, I know he's before your time, but did you ever get a chance to meet him before he passed?
No.
Okay.
No, I wish I was around then. Yeah, he was so good. I use him all the time as examples, in class.
We did. We met him one time.
Nacho?
He, and I'll tell you this story.
Yeah.
He and Gorgeous George, female, by the way, wrestler, had come by the studio. It was in the morning, obviously. We do a morning show. And they walked in just like they were not in the mood to do the press. They were tired. Randy looked like he was just like going to fall asleep. And they did this crazy thing, Drew. They both went into the bathroom by themselves. They came out about 3 minutes later, and they were all fired up, ready to go.
Showtime!
What do you think they were?
I think they had a heart-to-heart. I think they got in there and they had a quick conversation.
Me and Adam had a heart-to-heart before we came in here. It woke me up.
They just had to pee. That was it. Yeah.
Oh, and the cocaine probably has something to do with it too, possibly. So, but it was a great interview. He's what you wanted him to be.
Exactly.
Awesome. Yeah. But hey, I had a question about joining up and taking the courses at Catchpoint. Are there minimum physical requirements you guys ask for, or do you just do a quick assessment and say, yeah?
The physical requirement is that you talk to a physician or your personal care physician, and you get a physical, and they say that you're good to go for this kind of activity.
Right.
Anyone who could pass a regular sports physical can do this.
Okay.
So that is a disclaimer that we have right at the top of the FAQ section on the website.
And where are you located? Where's the spot where you get the gym?
Located at 2024 East Westmoreland Street, and that's right in Kensington, right at the outskirts of Kensington. So if you take exit 25 on 95, go straight down, it's there on your left.
It's awesome.
There was a thing that Casey wanted to do at Camp Out with Drew. Do you remember this?
Oh, yeah.
And what ended up happening? We just couldn't do it?
It for some reason or another, I don't remember. It just
wanted
wasn't
to
able
have
to come together.
a moment.
A
spontaneous
spontaneous
fight to happen.
Yeah.
Was it going to be you?
No. It would have been like we would be interviewing Drew, and then just out from behind the backstage area, some wrestler would come in and give him a suplex or DDT
So
or whatever.
you guys were planning a hit on me.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, we were working on it. That would have been great.
You would have been in on it.
I mean, this year, Camp Out for Hunger.
Yeah.
Never say never. We could, I have
All right.
freedom now. We could do some stuff.
Yes. Now that your hair is a little tighter.
We did get to do can drop.
Battle ready.
I loved doing can drop with you a couple of years ago.
That was awesome.
Yeah, the drop quiz, and that was it's cold up there.
What a way to wake up.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Stick you on an amusement park ride.
Better than doing coke in the bathroom. Way better. That'll wake you up.
How about this?
Yeah.
Can drop with Coke.
Yeah. Give it a shot.
Get that big rush.
We'll have waivers for that.
Exactly.
All right. Well, listen.
To corporate.
Is there a for the program that you get people signed up for?
Yeah.
Are there start and end dates, or is it when like with a group, or is it
So
when?
our ninth graduating class graduates today.
Wow.
We do like a free event at the school where like friends and family could come. You guys could come watch if you wanted to see these guys graduate. All different kinds of people. Like if you ever had a question, they'll get answered there. So they graduate today. Our next one starts March 3rd. So there's a quick turnaround time for that one. So hey, if you're interested in becoming a professional wrestler, learning, feel free to drop by the school. We allow people to observe class and like ask questions. That's free.
I think it's such a cool thing, especially if you've flirted with it and it's something that but you don't know the ins and outs and you want to get an eye. And as you said, people are there for a multitude of reasons. Whether you want to come out of your shell, whether you want to know how to be a little bit better at presenting things. There's all aspects. We've said it time and time again. Wrestlers come in here and they're the best entertainers. They're the best public speakers. They're the best with working with their fans. It's just you get a skill set that I think will serve you throughout your life.
Yeah, I agree.
Good point. All right, so thecatchpoint.com if you want to get in touch with Drew and this course. So thecatchpoint.com. We'll make sure we have that available on our socials and everything for everybody to check out.
Thank you so much.
Great to see you, man.
Great to see you too.
Thanks for coming by here. Drew Gulak, everybody. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. We will have composer Laura. We go from wrestler to composer.
Look at us.
Look what we do.
Cultured.
Laura Karpman will be with us. Join us.
Preston and Steve.
Is that correct?
It's a family issue. Yeah, he has a lot of. I mean, Kieran Hines, who voices him, is amazing, and I think brings this amazing gravitas, and I would say, frankly, he brings a lot of sympathy to the character. I mean, I know it's hard to believe that you might, feel sympathetic toward this big spiky monster from space who's into world domination and has a giant axe and it's just basically chopping everybody in half. But he's got his own problems.
But that's what you need. To me, I've always hated a villain. And I've said this countless times on the show. A mustache-twirling, one-dimensional villain does nothing for me. A villain that you can slightly understand the impetus for is far more interesting.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. 100%.
So I wanted to ask and double back to Ray Fisher because I was reading something about him. For those who don't know, he's the one who plays Cyborg. Actually, he's from the area.
Yeah, yes.
We spoke to him years ago. He apparently has had a great reaction to the Snyder Cut. I read this morning that he absolutely loved it. Now, he had his issues with the replacement and its controversies, and we won't get into that here. But how does that feel to you to know that he's happy with what he's seen?
Well, Ray's a buddy, and I just when I hired him and when we started this process, it was really, to me, it was all about honoring the character as best I could, and anytime an actor sees the movie and is moved by it and enjoys it, that's for me the ultimate in vindication and it makes me super happy. So I'm glad that Ray got to enjoy it.
Cool.
And I saw that video of him where he was just going nuts. So
he watched it in a hotel room too. Apparently, it was yeah.
Yeah, not the best viewing experience, but you can see that if it plays in a hotel room,
it'll play anywhere.
Hey, Zach, I wanted to ask, first of all, I wanted to thank you for joining us today because I know today's a huge day, and I'm sure everybody wanted a piece of you. And so the fact that you woke up early, it's like 5 o'clock in your time right now, that you woke up early, that you're spending some time with us, I want to thank you for that. But I also want to ask, why did you get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to call in to Philadelphia radio? I would like to think that you like our show, but is it because you have family in the area?
Look, I'm a friend of the show, and I really do. I love you guys. Whenever I get a chance, if you guys, when I see the text arrive on my phone, we're doing a show, you want to jump on? I'm like, let's go.
Hey, I have a question. Since we're doing this via Zoom and we can see into your domicile there, do you play piano?
My kids do.
Okay.
My kids play.
There's a piano book behind you and a piano. I was going to have you tickle the ivories there for us a little bit if that was the case.
By the way, if I could, I would jump on. I would play a little, I don't know what, but I'd be, and sing, of course.
Speaking of music, though, just to bring up this point, everyone's raving about the new music for the film, and explain what happened.
Junkie did this again when I left. Junkie XL, who does the score, they replaced him as well. And then when I came back to finish the movie, Junkie, I called him and I said, "We're doing the movie. We're going to finish it." And he was like, "What?" And I said, "Do you have any music left over?" And he goes, "You know what? I'm going to do it all from scratch. I want to start over." And so he just, it's 4 hours, pretty much 4 hours of music. And it's unbelievable. He just destroyed it. And we are doing it's coming out. I don't know exactly when it comes out. We'll have to check out, but we're doing a vinyl box. So if you're into vinyl,
oh wow,
they're gonna do a full release of the soundtrack on vinyl. And that's pretty cool. As well as, of course, at Apple Music, you can check it out.
Well, Zach, I'd like to ask a follow-up question about that topic because I loved the soundtrack for Man of Steel. It was Hans Zimmer did that. Do you have favorite composers that you like working with, and how do you end up choosing one? Because there are a lot of great ones out there, and Hans is legendary. So why change, in the same cinematic universe and do a different composer?
Hans and Junkie worked together. That's why I met Junkie. He came, from sort of Hans's camp. And that's how we sort of got together. And then, because the two of them did Batman versus Superman together.
Okay.
And then then when we went on to Justice League, I was like, "Okay, Junkie, you want to do it? You want to do the whole thing?" And he was like, "Absolutely." And we worked together. He did, he did Fury Road and a bunch of other amazing soundtracks, and it's just, and he just finished Army of the Dead for me.
When is the release on that?
Shot right over there in Atlantic City.
When's the release on that? We hear it was bumped back again.
May 21st.
May 21st. Okay. Just to also
be ready. I'll be back on the show in no time.
Oh, you bet your ass. You made a critical mistake in answering our texts because we're going to be on you like white on rice. But and I just want to convey the excitement to people who may not understand. For example, and I think I mentioned to you this to you at the campout. Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, the original theatrical cut, really enjoyed. Yet there were some things that to me were like, well, there didn't seem to be an explanation fully. When I saw the full director's cut with the additional footage in it, it took greatness and made it even better. Because to me, all those things are filled in. To know that you've had this ability to go back and add in those little things, and I don't want to spoil anything. I had to do a little research, so I know there are a couple of new characters that make appearances that are going to rock fans' worlds. So yeah. So are you kind of like a guy who has the ultimate gift to give someone on on Christmas or whatever, and now you can get to see them unwrap it and get the reaction?
Yeah, I mean, that's a cool way to look at it. I hope fans take this opportunity to really And I think if you haven't seen Justice League, at all, then I think this really represents an amazing opportunity to just kind of go deep into a world, and excited that people are going to get that chance.
All right, so what other press are you doing today? I know you have a watch party, so maybe you can talk a little bit about that, but where else can your fans catch you today?
Yeah, there's a watch party. I don't know if it's live, but I'm doing a thing for 300, weirdly, with Stephanopoulos, with the Hellenic League, because, it was the, I think it's the 2000, no, it's got to be more than that. It's 480 BC.
The anniversary of the Battle of Thermopylae?
Yeah, it's one of the anniversaries, but it's thousands of years. But that's exciting. So I'm talking to them.
Are you going to have anybody from the battle attending? Or?
Yeah. Leonidas is coming. So that's kind of weird that I was like, wow, that's a blast from the past, but you absolutely have to do that.
What an honor to have some of the original veterans in attendance. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. We better hurry up and get their stories before it's too late.
Preston, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And then, I'm doing a couple of, watch. Well, I don't even, I'm delirious, so I can't remember. I don't know.
It's early.
Well, shuttling me around, but always stopping here is important.
We appreciate that.
It was announced that you're going to do the Fountainhead. Is that correct?
Well, no, I own the Fountainhead. I don't really have we don't really have a model for it, but I've got it. It's kind of on the, I would say it's on a slow burn.
Okay.
Okay.
But we'll see. The next thing I'm doing, I'm trying to do this small movie that I wrote with my friend Kurt Johnstad, who actually wrote the script. Called Horse Latitudes, and it's a movie that we want to just go shoot in South America, with two guys, and it's like a real sort of micro budget movie, and then
that's got to be refreshing. That's going to have to be.
Yeah,
that's like a complete diversion.
The actors, you know what I mean? So that's fun.
Cool. What does this mean, just quickly? You've got this. The reaction so far has been tremendous. Everything sort of stopped for the Snyderverse. Do you think HBO Max, do you think we are seeing perhaps the potential for allowing you to complete your longer game in this?
Listen, I mean, I don't, that's not necessarily. I didn't make it with that intention. We did make the movie.
Yeah.
With the when we originally filmed the movie, we assumed there would be two more movies. That's kind of how the movie's made. There's a cliffhanger at the end, and I know it's rude that there's a cliffhanger for a movie that may not get a sequel, but it's just the way it was constructed, and I wanted to do it exactly as we had talked about. Look, I didn't think I'd be sitting here talking to you guys about this. Yeah. So, you never know. Stranger things have happened. So.
All right.
Well, I don't know if we talked about this or not, but Army of the Dead is going to be released on May 21st.
Yeah,
and I don't know if we talked about where is it going to be released? I don't know if we.
That's on Netflix.
It's Netflix.
That's on Netflix.
Okay.
Netflix has been amazing. You are going to get, trust me, you will know where Army of the Dead is playing and what it's about. Netflix does not. They do not play.
Yeah, they like to advertise. Yeah.
You trust me. And the trailer,
I saw it.
coming really soon in April, like right at the beginning of April, like I think middle-ish of April. And the new trailer is just it's a butt kicker. I don't want to say the A word because I know I'm
You can say ass.
Yeah, and I would say ass kicker.
Well, then it is a ass kicker.
I do want to thank you again for joining us this morning, and then also I want to thank you because when I was texting with you the other day, my son was next to me, and I go, "Hey, I just got a text from Zack Snyder," and he was like, "No way!" And so I looked really, really cool, and he was like, "Tell him I said hi. I'm a huge fan." So I did, and then you texted back, and then I promised him I would say this. He said, "You have to put a character in your next movie whose name is Seamus, because that is his name."
Oh my God!
So there you go.
There we go.
There you go. It's super Seamus.
Yeah.
Oh my God! My son's son's name is Ben. If you want to toss that in.
Leave Zach alone.
Soon he's going to be doing shout-outs.
Yeah,
so it's
right. Well, listen, Zach, thanks again. It's a big day for you and also for AFSP, like you said. People bring awareness to that and suicide prevention and getting therapy and for people who need it. So we appreciate the time. Yes, Casey?
Yeah, we do have information about that on our website.
Okay, yep. It's located.
That's
If you'd
awesome.
like
Thanks,
to donate, you
guys.
can.
Thanks, guys, for bringing that up.
Great to talk to you, Zach. Good luck with everything and congratulations.
All right. You can go check out Justice League on HBO Max, and I will talk to you guys later.
Outstanding. Zack Snyder, guys. Wow.
Huge.
Stoked for tonight.
Yes.
Or as soon as you gonna watch it today?
I want to watch it straight through, and it's a tough thing on a
3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. We have another guest who we are going to chat with this morning, and we've had the pleasure of speaking to her before, and we're excited to welcome her again. I'm going to play a little bit of music for you. This is a portion of what you will hear if you go and see Captain America: Brave New World.
Oh, this little independent film.
This little thing that's going on out there. And listen, before we bring on our guest, I need to adjust my eyewear. Hang on a second. This is for those who are watching us via.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
This morning, please welcome. I'll never match her awesomeness, but I have to try to. Please welcome Laura Karpman to the show. Hey, Laura, how you doing?
Great to see you all.
It's great to see you. Although
You're not seeing well at this moment.
these are not prescription, and I can't read my notes of what I was going to ask you. So
Yeah, that's right.
You're going to have to.
Yes.
So it's for you it's a prop. For me it's whoa, I only have one pair on. What happened to that?
Yeah, you usually have two.
Oh my God, they must have fallen off. I tell you, at 6 a.m, I completely fall apart. I'm gonna have someone bring me a second pair of glasses because this is simply unacceptable.
we appreciate you getting up, but we were talking earlier and about your eyeglass wear, which is phenomenal. And we know you're into documentaries and you've scored a number of great ones. But we're waiting for the documentary on your.
And if you've seen Captain America, you'll understand that I think Anthony Mackie's character also is deep into eyewear. It becomes a crucial part. So it's part of the sartorial experience of the film. No, not really. I just love it. I just love it. I admit I'm an addict. It's a hobby. It's a bad one.
Is the second pair usually there of us?
They're on my head, but they must have fallen off. But listen, I have
here we
these
go.
for you.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my God!
Man.
Look at these. Get out of here.
Those are
Dude.
my Captain America glasses.
Those are awesome.
Those are
I
fantastic.
think I'll put these on my head. So now I feel it.
Okay.
Now everything's all right.
With the two pair, is it usually a double function thing? Like one is for reading, the other is for seeing distances or sunglasses?
Yeah, well, it started out as seeing some woman on a train and thinking, "Oh, that's cool," and then it moved into like one pair of sunglasses and then one pair of regular glasses, and then I don't know. I can't imagine this is actually interesting to anybody.
No, it is. No, I'm all in. I'm listening to every word you say.
You're all in. Okay, good. And then it became like one pair of sunglasses, one pair of regular, and then I started using transition lenses, so that stopped being relevant, and now it's just what it is. Here I have these two, which I'll show you.
Yeah, we got to see.
By the way, those were silver and fabulous.
These are all the Oscars.
Oh,
That's
wow.
even better.
Those are bling, big time.
Those are bling. I think I'll wear. I think that's our vibe today. I'll tell you what.
I
you guys, I'm going to do 3 pairs.
wow. We are honored. We're honored.
Yep, that's what it is.
I love the whole approach to the eyeglass where I have to tell you this, doing some research on you, I was reading an article and they described you as, quote, the current musical voice of the MCU.
Whoa.
That's a pretty big compliment, and it's accurate at this point. From where you began, from years ago, could you possibly have conceived of the notion that this would be an accolade that would be given to you at this point in your career?
Well, no, no. I mean, there's no possible way. And and I don't know that I accept it now. I think it's a beautiful compliment. I think that there are so many great composers in the MCU. I know Michael Giacchino's a great friend of this show, and he, of course, he's got Fantastic Four coming out this summer. He's got he's done a ton of stuff, and Chris Beck, Henry Jackman, Alan Silvestri. I mean, there are lots of it, but. I feel very, very deeply privileged to have worked for Marvel for the past few years and to have had success, mostly with like Kevin and the directors and the other producers on the movies that had just have dug my music. And are you kidding? It's like a dream come true. I mean, I can't tell you what the feeling is like when you sit in a theater and you hear, especially the opening of this movie, and you hear the music and you see the thing, and it's huge, and it's on IMAX, and it's Dolby Atmos, and I just think, am I dreaming, or is this really my life? And it's gorgeous.
Completely get that. I'm a massive cinephile. We all are into film, and for me, when I was a kid, I was buying soundtracks. I told Michael this. I mean, that was that because to me it was a way to relive the movie, and and in many cases, especially with what you do and what Marvel's done so well, and Disney in general, they make these inextricable soundtracks from the content. So there's this great sort of chemistry that has to exist. And I wanted to ask you, I was reading an interview with you where you kept referring to cues, portions of a soundtrack as cues. And it occurred to me, it's got to be hard for you, who's representing what we're seeing on screen through music, but to also not give an indication or pre-give away plots or moods before the director or the movie itself generates them.
Well, you learn the hard way. I mean, you just have to not do it. That's part of working at Marvel, or really for most projects now. You just have to be really, really keep your circle small. Part of what's fun for the fans, even though they pry and want to know everything that's going on in advance, part of what's fun is for them to go and be surprised. So I think that that's really important, to keep those secrets. And what's really funny, frankly, is titling the cues, the pieces of music, even when you're working on them, and of course on the soundtrack, because you have to be so generic or so like non-committal to the plot, because if something gets out early, I mean, the forces come down upon you. So it's like, you just find, can we call it Samuel Stearns? I don't know. Is that a spoiler?
Yeah.
Like there was one cue called The Garden, and we had changed it, or I forget, there was one White House one that we had a different title for, but you just like, it's really all out there where you just have to guard those spoilers. And that's one of the reasons why, if you look very carefully at the end credits, you'll see that the studio dogs have a credit.
Really?
So yes, they do. Fauci and Big Girl and Bernie have credits, and because they're sitting here all the time and they manage to keep their mouths shut. So I don't know how they do it, but I mean, they're out in the world, they're barking at other dogs, but they really keep these secrets. They keep the spoilers safe. So we feel compelled to get them.
I'm surprised they haven't been signed to an NDA on.
Well, they are, but it's pawed. It's not signed, and it's a very special thing.
Laura, this is a question we've actually asked Michael Giacchino before, but when coming into an existing franchise like Captain America, he's done Star Trek, he's done Star Wars movies, he's done Mission Impossible, and you come into Captain America, and this is the fourth or fifth Captain America movie at this point, and all of these themes exist already in that universe. How much does that influence or affect your job on a new movie, and how much does it not?
It does a lot. I mean, you've got to know what that music is, and you've got to ask the questions. I mean, do we want to use the Steve Rogers theme? Do we want to use the great Henry Jackman music? And, I also score What If, and the thing about What If is that every theme is used because that's the thing. They're all kind of takeoffs of the movies, and so you want to actually, bring in as much as you can of the movies and even mess with it. I think in this particular film, Julius and Kevin really wanted something that was in this movie, in this place. And so they're kind of, I mean, they're major themes, but the two major themes are, one, I call it the Brave New World theme, and it's not a new Cap theme. In fact, I actually just blew this before to you and your son. There's a tiny little reference to the Alan Silvestri theme at the very end of it, but I'll save that for you guys to go in and dig around and try to figure out. It's a theme for the three of them. It's a theme for all the heroes of Brave New World. So it's Isaiah, Joaquin, and for Sam. But there's also this conspiracy music that opens up the whole movie, right? It's the whole opening, and you hear it first up in the end credit after the Kendrick Lamar song. And I don't know, ironically, the conspiracy music becomes sort of I would say the most prominent theme in the movie. And so I think the long answer to your question is, every time you go into a project, you have to look at everything that has happened in the MCU. You've got to make an evaluation, and then you've got to decide, okay, where are we at right now in this movie? What is this particular movie about? Do we want to draw upon the themes? Do we want something new? Like, what are we vibing here? And that's really up to to Julius and to Kevin and Nate and all the people who are involved in making the creative decisions.
Laura, I geek out on instrumentation and what composers decide to, what instruments, voices of the orchestra they choose. So with you had mentioned Steve Rogers' theme. I always think of brass. I think of tubas and trombones and French horns and things like that. So to change things up, did you want to go? Because I haven't seen the film yet. I'm going to get out and see it. But with this film, did you want to change that tone instrumentation wise, and make it its own thing?
Look, there's nothing like a good French horn superhero theme. And so you have it here. But you also have a lot of other stuff. We started with actually New Orleans drumline percussion.
Okay.
Because it fits Sam, obviously. It's in his musical DNA.
Yep.
And so I recorded that first, not knowing what I would get out of it. And it was filled with surprises. It actually, that percussion winds up driving a lot of the score and winds up being actually the driving force behind the conspiracy theme and the Brave New World theme. It's in the Stearns theme. It's everywhere. So that first initial percussion sampling was really amazing. In addition to that, we used wind-up toys, kind of like in this tense.
Wow.
Because, it's literally like I'm making a motion with my hands, like that kind of it's literally the definition of tension. So we use those for the conspiracy theme. I used my mother's 1970s analog radio for Stearns music. So those of you who have seen the film will understand why that is.
All right.
As well as a massive orchestra, a ton of synths, and then taking those things and really combining them in ways that really excited me musically. I orchestrated out the synths in the orchestra, and then I took the orchestra and manipulated it to sound more like synths. So it's really cool. I have to say, I had a great time with this score. I have a great time with every score, but I learned a lot on this one about that. I think Julius really wanted it to be a modern score, and so I really played around with a lot of elements that I hadn't done as much work with, and it was a great time.
I love that you are able to NCIS it for us, so that because I always presume that my favorite composers are taking the time to look for those nuggets and to look for those moments to accentuate a character. Now, Sam's a big fan of Marvin Gaye. Trouble Man was, something he recommended to Captain America. Yeah. Did you feel the need to weave influences in there of Marvin Gaye's music as well?
No, but I love that music. I mean, I love that song. And it's funny about that song is it's really orchestral and really evocative and really pop, like moves out of pop music. So I would say not specifically, but there is something about the mysteriousness of that and the foreboding nature of that song that I think definitely, shares a kind of a DNA with this score. I also think there is something about the 70s and those political thrillers and Lalo Schifrin and, that had an influence on my music for this thing. I mean, definitely the bop, 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 ba-da-da, that vibe, so I do think that comes into play. It's kind of new old school in a way. So yeah, maybe, I mean, not on purpose, but maybe not on, maybe in my subconscious.
Maybe I just gave you a revelation. There we go.
Maybe you did. Oh my God, that's why I do. It's time to switch glasses.
Wait.
All right.
Before you switch glasses, but do me a favor, put the other ones back on, because I had a question about the glasses.
They fell.
All right.
Oh, no.
Man down.
Here they are.
All right,
glasses down. Wait, I'm back.
right.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's back.
They're great. So I follow you on Instagram, Laura, and unless I'm mistaken, those are the exact same glasses that you wore on the red carpet, and you were standing next to Harrison Ford wearing those glasses that you have on your face right now.
These are the Harrison Ford glasses.
Okay. Those are
the ones that look more Captain America-ish.
And
the ones that look more Captain America. And I'm very upset that you can't tell the difference.
I don't know.
We're looking at a picture of it right now.
I'm looking at you on the red carpet standing next to Harrison Ford, and it looks like not the ones that you have on your face now, but the ones that...
no, you're right. You're right.
But look at the...
That was later in the evening, and I changed.
I got you.
She changed. Oh, my God.
Okay.
That's what I was going to say. She didn't go with just one
it
pair.
Wasn't the red... It was the after party. That's why. So so
I see.
It's not 6 a.m. It's recalling. But yeah, I did get a picture with Harrison Ford, didn't I?
And so I've been told to ask about that encounter because I've heard that your time with Harrison was memorable.
Oh, well, he's I mean, come on. This guy is iconic.
Yeah.
He loved the music. I was there with my son who got to meet him. He said, "Oh my God, I got to shake hands with that guy." and it was he is a quiet person. He was off there in a corner, kind of he wasn't quite by himself, but he was off there in a corner, and so I stole the chance to say hello and to get that picture and to have a little chat with him about the music, which was really nice.
I don't know how you couldn't. I have to. I just watched again American Fiction, which is phenomenal. One of the best movies of last year, and your soundtrack is so great and so jazzy and so wonderful. And I was thinking, by the way, you were nominated for a Grammy for that, were you not?
Grammy, Oscar, lost every single one of them. But let's not forget the sore subject.
Yeah, it's still damn good though. And it was, I have to ask you, do you believe, because you're trained in jazz as well? I think you were learning classical and jazz at the same time.
Yeah.
Do you think, and I would imagine this is the case, that those jazz chops help you innovate for movie scoring? The ability to sort of freeform it, if for lack of a better term.
It's funny you say that. When I went for my first meeting for Captain America, Kevin Feige, who loves music, he's a real music fan, and he knows scores, soundtracks, the whole thing, just like you. And he came in and said, "I just listened again to the score for American Fiction. What can we do that's unusual like this? What can we do like this?" And what I do think is that my studies in jazz really inform my harmonic approach. So for those of you who are not, who don't really who don't deeply understand music, there are kind of two things: the lines that move horizontally and the lines that move vertically, right? The lines that move horizontally are melody, but the lines that move vertically are harmony. And that's all the chords and all the stuff that goes underneath the melody. And so I do think that jazz really influences my approach to harmonic writing, even in, a score like this. It's there if you just look hard for it.
Laura, you mentioned the awards that you did not win. However, we are watching you via Zoom right now, and behind you, I notice, are your Emmy Awards wearing Barbie clothes?
They are.
Oh, my God. Yes.
That's what I thought. I love that.
They're wearing Barbie clothes because, they're just like naked ladies.
Yeah, it's true.
You know what I mean? I mean, so they are clothed, and there is Ella Fitzgerald Barbie.
Wow.
There's Billie Jean King Barbie. There's Glam Barbie.
Awesome. All iconic female.
And they're all in there, and they all have their own identities. There's one who's like in a tracksuit type of thing. So
I love it.
they're dressed in Barbie clothes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate
should be.
Your style extends to so many things.
And listen, if I ever win that Oscar, I'm gonna put pants on that.
Laura, I saw on Disney Plus this wonderful documentary of about John Williams, the legend, and there's a sequence near the very beginning of it where he's with Steven Spielberg, and Steven is explaining to him when he met with John about the score for the film Jaws. And it's so funny because it's almost like John Williams said, "Now let me try this out on you." Dun.
Yeah.
What do you think? Huh? What do you think? Right? And Spielberg's like,
exactly what happened.
I don't know. What's that?
Probably exactly what happened.
Yeah. So when you work with a director, I'm curious about how much authority they have versus you. In what the final say is in the music. Because we had Michael Giacchino on not that long ago, and I was asking him about the film Dune, and Hans Zimmer did the score for that, and he said something, he loved it, but he thought it was a little bit loud. And I'm like, oh, does the composer have anything to do with that? He said, absolutely. So I didn't know that you, as composers, sometimes have this, I would have thought the final mix, the level would have been up to the director. So is there a balance between what each of you controls in that regard?
Not in the way that you're saying it. I think what there is a collaboration.
Okay.
And I think as you establish trust, you are invited to collaborate more. So in a situation like this movie, I've done a lot of projects for Marvel. I can go into the room and say, hey, guys, should we take that applause down, or can we bring the music up here? And I think you advocate for what you think, but it's a collaborative situation where everybody really has a say. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's the director and the producers I think that. I mean, that's the truth of it. But I will say that I have a very loud and listened to voice in the room. I think to sort of answer a question that you didn't ask about the John Williams thing. He would sit down at the piano and play themes for Spielberg. Spielberg trusted him to go record that, make that happen with the orchestra. And now we have all this technology. So we're actually really, really sketching out convincing demos of how the music will sound when it's recorded by a full orchestra. It doesn't sound nearly as good. It doesn't have nearly the power, but the people at large really have a sense of what's working and what isn't for them.
I think of you composing music. I think of you, taking all this meticulous effort to get the sound that you want. And when I've recorded something, even just a dumb bit for the show, and I'm hearing it and I'm listening to it in the headphones at home, and then I listen to it on a particular pair of reference speakers, and then it goes on air through our audio chain, and it doesn't sound right. I mean, does that tie you up into knots, or do you just, once you're done, here you go. The fates are to the winds now, or is it a nightmare scenario for you?
No, it's all of it. It's literally, it's every single thing that you said. It's not a nightmare scenario because, Laura Hirschberg, who's an incredible re-recording mixer, takes this stuff and she does magic with it. So she is able, really, really good mixers will find the space for everything. So it's just a matter of every once in a while, look, if there's a big explosion, you're not going to hear the music. But we negotiated it in some of the Hulk stuff where, it's like, okay, where's the emotion? Let's bring that up. Oh, let's bring this, let's clear out for this. So those are the collaborations you make. It is a very all-consuming art form. So there's a lot of stuff going on, and you've got to carve out space for other people's work as well. You just do, and you should. However, you do have the soundtrack, and you do have, I have a relationship with my music here in the studio, in the soundtrack. It exists as its own, and I believe it's strong on its own, which is really important to me. Mm-hmm. And then, you're obviously going to lose some stuff in the theater. You have to. Mm-hmm. But you're always there, and you're underpinning the emotion of the film. And my God, it's such a privilege and a gift.
I see the all these instruments behind you, bass guitars, drum set, and I want to ask, like, conceptually, you probably compose on the piano first or whatever, but I just saw this footage of John Tesh last week.
Oh, yeah.
And this was insane because he played on stage a voicemail that he left for himself, and it was him making, it was the NBA on NBC theme.
It was him singing it on the phone line.
Singing it, and
to remind him.
That was how he came up with that concept for that. Have you ever done that? Have you ever hummed your concept first, and then you're like, okay, hang on a second, I need to get this out on an actual musical instrument?
Yeah, I have. And on walks, that's a really productive time for me. Sometimes you work stuff, sometimes even in dreams, believe it or not. Yeah, I can work stuff out when I'm dreaming. When you're in the thick of it and writing themes, I mean, that's the hardest part. That's the stuff that really takes concentration. So sometimes you just got to break a pattern. Sometimes when you sit, if you're a pianist, you sit down at the piano and you're kind of going to the same stuff all the time. But, when you get out of the studio, and I live on the beach, I'm so fortunate, and go for a walk or go for a little run, listen to something, you get an idea from something, you sing it into your phone, and it happens all the time.
Laura, earlier in the interview, you mentioned Alan Silvestri. He's a legend, and but he also did Mac and Me. And,
oh, my God.
Kind of mailed that in that was a paycheck for him. Mac and Me was this E.T. ripoff, and it sort of gained just mailed it in.
No.
Simple answer, no.
Never.
You know what?
No. Listen, the real reason is I mean, this is going to sound really kind of crazy, but I have this kind of like music. Like, I have to work something, I can't. I mean, look, there's certain times, especially in episodic television, where you're just like trying to get like buckets of music done, where I'll sit down at the piano and say press record and go. So I mean, that's the closest to me, mailing it in. But I don't think so. I really love what I do, and I don't like take so many projects that it's just like that. And I have to tell you, I seriously doubt that Alan did that too.
You think that was just off the cuff talk? He wasn't being.
He was probably just having some fun with it, because it sounded a lot like his work on Back to the Future, and I think he was just it was a tongue-in-cheek comment on Mac and Me itself.
I think so too. I mean, that guy is a really diligent composer, and it sounds like it was just in the sort of the atmosphere of what the movie was, So I think it was being funny, but hey.
I also have to pay another
power
compliment.
to him.
Yeah. I recently saw the documentary, The Rock Hudson, All That Heaven Allowed. You scored that as well.
I did.
And I was Ice Station Zebra is one of my favorite movies. So Rock Hudson, and the documentary was sensational. You as a composer, when you're approaching a documentary as opposed to a work of fiction or Captain America, is there a delineation that takes place, or is it all the same?
You know what? Every project has its own requirements. So I would say, the thing about documentary is that anytime you put a lens up to something, that person becomes a character, whether they actually exist or not. Like, literally, you're scoring character no matter who the person is, and whether it's a living person or a fictional person, it's about character. And you're creating some subtext for that character. So no, there is no difference for me. I think a documentary like that, though, was kind of unusual, because what we would do is we would go and record these jazz tunes that I would write, like literally tunes that would be kind of pre-planned to implement into the score, but we would go and record, let people solo, and I knew that bar like 23 to 42 would land up in the score, but I let people keep going, because it's what gives a film like that the vibe that it needs, and in terms of being a period film and really playing with that kind of period of music.
Hey, Laura, besides composing for a commission, people hiring you to do this, do you do any of your own writing just out of pure enjoyment, personal reasons, anything like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, all the time. I mean, all the concert music is a money-losing situation. So it's like every time I sit down to write an opera, I know I'm going to actually lose a tremendous amount of money. So I would say that even if someone's asked me to write something for them that it's a money-losing thing, oh gosh, I don't even know if I should announce it, but I think I will. Why not? I've written an opera about Billie Jean King.
Wow. We love her.
Yeah,
She's been by here many times. She's a big Philadelphia fan.
Well, it's called Balls.
I love it.
And so that is being done. It was done last year in San Francisco, but it's being done in London in the fall. So I have to orchestrate that for big orchestra, and that's a delightful experience. A money-losing situation.
Well, she has a great sense of humor. She's been in on the show a number of times.
Oh, really?
And she's terrific. And she rolls with it. So I bet she busted out laughing at that title. So.
Oh, I haven't met her yet, but I'm really hoping that I get to this time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Tell her we said hi because we're fans and we really do love her.
Yeah.
Oh, she. This is a person who's really an important. Beyond important role model. She changed everything for everybody.
Yeah. Great.
For women, incredible. For women's sports, she put women's sports on the map, and then did so much more than that. Title IX and that kind of representation is the kind of thing I saw growing up, and made me feel like it was possible to be a composer.
And here you are doing a similar thing in a different field. It's wonderful that you're knocking down walls for people. Captain America: Brave New World is in theaters now. Laura Karpman is the composer, amongst many other great MCU projects. Can we ask what is next in the queue for you, if you can tip your hand a little bit?
I can't.
Okay.
But a lot.
A lot.
Right. We're starting to get really busy, and there's some really cool TV stuff coming up. What I will hint at is one of the shows is by an absolutely fantastic major person that everybody is going to want to see. How's that for being vague? But the score winds up being a lot like American Fiction and like some of the Lalo Schifrin stuff that we just talked about. So
excellent.
Maybe when that comes out, I'll come back on and we can chat about it because everyone's going to dig it.
Excellent. Now listen, before the interview ends, I found better glasses. Hang on.
Oh,
Okay.
Hang on. Which are going to at least compare to you.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with the ski goggles.
Nope. Except I can't see a damn thing. Hang on
I
a second.
will say that many times I've thought about getting like a fabulous ski goggle and wearing it, but I have stopped myself thus far. But I'm not. Do not hold out any promises for the future.
When it comes out of your camp, then we'll know it's past muster as a fashion accessory.
Yep.
So yeah.
There you go.
Laura, it is great to catch up with you. Thanks for joining us this morning. Continued success, and I'm sure our paths will cross again down the road.
Love you guys. It's always fun to come on. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Let's hear it for Laura Karpman, guys. Composer of Captain America: Brave New World. She did The Marvels and What If and a lot of great stuff. She's really she is a force and a cool person on top of it, which is a wonderful thing.
I'd love to hear the meticulous breakdown of the music and what prompted this, and using children's toys to get the suspenseful aspect of the political intrigue, all that to the movie viewer who's really a committed movie viewer. That means something.
And by the way, you can go see the movie. We have tickets. Yes. And how many can I give away, Case? Any idea?
We have 5 pairs.
5 pairs?
Yeah.
Let's give away 3 of them right now.
Okay.
So we'll take callers 10, 11, 12, 215-263 WMMR, now playing everywhere in IMAX and 3D. Of course, it stars Anthony Mackie and Harrison Ford. So what did I say, 12?
I think you said 10,
11, 12. Yeah. All right, 215-263 WMMR, and we will set you up. Speaking of music, I wanted to play a piece of music for you guys. And I don't know if we'll listen to the whole thing, but maybe it's lengthy. Yeah. It's 3 minutes.
Do you want to chat with him at all? Because he listens all the time.
Right now?
Yeah. It's okay if not.
No, we're going to talk to him, I would imagine, when we get a bit closer to Cardboard Classic, which is a week from tomorrow, by the way. But Sammy Vile, who last year killed it with his Johnny 5 sled.
It was awesome.
It was huge. insanely impressive. And could have easily won. The Barbie sled won last year. That was Mr. Peanut. And so Sammy, while getting ready for Cardboard Classic, decided to write a song about it with a video, with a cameo in the video, by the way, which I'm not going to spoil for you.
Don't do that. And by the way, last year, I believe it was the Wawa sled that won the whole thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Wawa won the whole thing. You are correct. So this is a little bit of Sammy's tribute to Cardboard Classic. Sammy Vile.
That's great. So
dude, the video is outstanding. He even went so far as to, there's a line in there when he mentions Glappy and goes out, and I guess he had the forethought that it's going to snow and went and wrote Glappy just before, as the beginning of the snow, and then he time-lapsed it as the snow fell.
It was amazing.
And you see the word Glappy appear in the snow. It is so cool. And there's a reference to Mr. Peanut being on the wrong side. That's from last year. Because Peanut brought out his sled, and he brought it out before anybody else's sleds came out, and he put it on the wrong side of the hill.
It F things up.
And it was stuck because they put up all the partitions and everything, and
they had like a whole scene
stuck on the wrong side.
It sat there, and they were, what are we going to do? But
and he referenced that in the song.
That's funny.
And he also has a flag with ball sacks are yummy on it. I loved it. I absolutely loved that.
Yeah, the video is up on our Instagram page. It's Sammy's as well, Sammy Vile. Sammy's brother, Paul Vile, will also be at Cardboard Classic. And Paul texted me and he said, is there any way you guys give me a shout out? Jello Man will be coming to Cardboard Classic once again.
Jello Man!
And slinging Jello around like he do.
Like he do.
Yeah, so We're looking forward to seeing Sammy and Paul at Cardboard Classic next week.
Oh my God!
Now we can't. They have to be a part of every one of them. I mean, they're it's there's no two ways about it.
I have no idea what they're planning. Has anybody heard? If so, don't say.
No, I'm not going to say nothing.
Okay, I've been privy to a couple. In fact, Eric had given me. Yeah, I'll give you a couple of the concepts. I'm not going to give all of them away, but there is one is called Gummies with Ed. Okay. Dumpster Fire. That one sounds interesting.
Yeah.
The Scallywags is a pirate ship. There's always I think the most consistent every year sled. There's always a ship at least one.
If it's built the right way structurally, it's always
they're some of the best.
It's going to make the run. Yeah.
There's usually a pirate ship and some type of airplane, like a jet plane, a fighter plane, or something like that.
There was a Top Gun one, and that thing looked great, and I believe it stayed intact the whole way down.
In fact, I think there was somebody hidden in one of the compartments in the actual craft
in
itself.
The cockpit, yeah.
Somebody's doing Dick in a box.
Ah, nice.
It says Richard in a box.
Remember that first plane that took up like all three of the lanes when we were at Jack Frost and it tried to come down? I think it fell apart like immediately, but that thing was huge.
So you know one of my all-time favorite sleds, and there's been so many great ones that it's hard to put your finger on one that is your favorite, but it kind of came and went real quick. Was somebody did a faithful recreation of Lone Star 1 of the Winnebago from Spaceballs, and like inside it was replicated it. I mean, like they had the liquid Schwartz in there. They had the gear shifter.
That's been repeated.
All that stuff.
A number of times, but no one did it as well as the one you're mentioning. It was meticulous.
Yeah, even the Barbie Mobile that Peanut did last year.
Oh, man.
Like the interior of the Barbie Mobile, it was insane. I mean, they had like a full like shower in there.
Yeah.
So a lot of people just pay attention to the details on the outside, but there are a few people out there that do really, really meticulous work on the insides of their sleds.
Somebody's doing the Bagster.
Yeah.
The Bagster.
Absolutely right. I love the Bagster.
I think obviously we'll be yelling that as it's coming down the hill.
I'm always
the Bagster.
Always looking forward to see what Clutch does. He does these simple designs. He did the rocking chair that one year. The one year he did a slide where, as the slide was going down the hill, he climbed up the ladder on the slide and then went down the slide. Last year he was on a swing.
Yeah. Somebody's doing one called the Sarracuda. And that is a Sarah Parker tribute sled. It says a Jackson and Sarah Parker tribute sled.
Oh, that's cool. Who calls her Sarracuda? Is it Jackie or
Jackie
or Gary Lauer?
Oh.
Somebody calls her Sarracuda, and I think it might be Jackie.
Okay.
In the mountains.
Wait, did you hear that? Oh.
Yeah, I don't think Gary would have come up with that.
That's too clever for him? Okay.
Let's see. Somebody else is doing
trombone.
A porta-john, it says.
All right.
A porta-potty, a.k.a. the porta-john. John.
John.
Yeah.
I get it.
There's a bunch of really good ones here. All right. Well, this is going to be
a tease,
a great year, and we hope that you are going to be joining us for that. Marissa, yes.
We always get so many questions, or there are just things that if you have not gone before, or if you've gone, you want to know the best way to do it. Go to WMMR.com/Cardboard Classic. There's so much information up there. Just highly recommend, whether you're building a sled, attending for the first time, whatever it is, want to see old photos you guys are talking about or videos, WMMR.com/Cardboard Classic.
Yeah, this is it's our 20th year doing this. We had to take a couple off because of COVID, but this is year 20.
And people still ask, is this event free?
Yes, it is free.
It is free. Come on up.
And if you want to, there's usually great, rates on lift tickets and everything. And of course, for Mountain Fest at Montage, your lift ticket is your ticket for, or your lift pass is your ticket for the concerts that are going on this weekend.
Events,
Casey, Clutch is on the line.
Oh, dude.
Hang on, let's go to him. Yo, Clutch, good morning, bud.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Oh, we love you, man. We cannot wait to see what you have in store. I don't know if you want to.
Neither can I.
You
I have no idea what's going on.
You have no idea what's going on?
I have no idea what's going on. I'm a week behind. You guys put it a week earlier. I haven't painted anything yet. It's a mess.
All right.
But
they don't call you Clutch for nothing, dude. You're going to come through.
Clutch situation is where I come through. Yep.
All right. Okay. So it's a surprise to you. It's a surprise to all of us.
No, it's not going to be a surprise. It's going to be a moving device.
Okay.
That will transport people in a fun manner.
Okay. What is it, Clutch, of all the years that you've done this, what is your personal pièce de résistance? You're the one that you really nailed it.
I can't. I mean, they're all fun.
It's like your children. You can't pick your favorite.
My best one that I think that I wanted to make was the tricycle. It never actually made it down the hill because it tweaked on the frame.
Yeah.
But that's what I wanted to go down the hill and have that front wheel spinning with the pedals going and my tassels blowing in the wind, but it didn't happen.
It looked phenomenal.
I liked your slide. I mean, I thought that was.
Oh yeah, the slide was a hit. There was a line for the slide, and I walked up kind of to the middle to talk to somebody, and some guy got angry behind me and said, "Yo, buddy, the line's at the back. You got to get to the back of the line for the slide."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Dude, I built it."
Yeah.
I've already ridden it like 15 times, but yeah, sure, I'll get the back of the line.
My slide.
All right. Well, listen, we will see you next Friday, my man.
As long as I make it there, I will see you guys.
You will be there.
You will be there. You have to be there. It's not the event without you. All right, Clutch?
I appreciate it.
All right, we'll see you, man. Take care. Hang on, let me go to Pat because he's designing one. Hi, Pat, you're on the air, my man.
Gadzooks, gentlemen, how y'all doing?
Gadzooks, we are wonderful. So which sled are you behind?
We are doing Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Ah, the Chitty Chitty Bang Bang car.
Never been done before.
Not that I've
never.
No.
In the 20 years, I've never seen a Chitty Bang Bang. That's awesome.
Yeah, we went with a lot of detail this year, kind of like the Hogwarts when we did that with the train. So
it was
we're keeping
amazing.
it a little bit smaller this year.
Okay.
But yeah, we're trying to go.
The Chitty Chitty Bang Bang car, by the way, was so there's a company called Corgi out of England, and it was they're still around. They did the James Bond car, they did the Batmobile, and they did the Chitty Bang Bang. Technically, is the name of the car.
Yep.
I love that. It had the wings that came out and all that stuff.
Yeah, we were thinking about doing wings, but with the week earlier, we kind of fell behind a little bit.
All right,
I gotcha. But listen, your Hogwarts Express was one of the best ever
Thank you.
Cardboard Classic. So we're looking forward to what you have, Pat.
Can't wait. Hope to see everybody there. It should be a good time.
All right. Good luck, bud. We'll see you then.
You remember
Thanks,
when people did the Luck Dragon from the Neverending Story?
Yes!
And as it was going down, its ears went up.
The
like
ears
it was flying.
just unintended. The ears flew up in
just
the air.
like the movie.
Was that the same guy? I thought Luck Dragon and Harry Potter Train were the same people.
Maybe.
Don't know.
Oh, I don't remember.
Might have been.
Pat, if that was you, let
Might
us
have
know.
been.
Yeah.
I've got our best friends are coming out.
Who's coming out
this year? The Chapmans.
Oh, really?
So they get to experience after all these years. They're finally coming out, and Rochelle has never been,
Oh, so they're all going.
and she's coming too.
Hey, I got an idea. I think you and Rochelle and Will and Lori and me and whoever else should all go out to dinner, and Rochelle should offer to pay for everybody.
Is she coming up Thursday night?
That's all you got to do.
Yeah. That's what we should probably do.
All right, let's see if what
Yeah.
she's doing Thursday night.
Okay. Why don't you? Yeah, you guys ask. I'm not asking. Cardboard Classic, a week from tomorrow. Details at WMMR.com and PrestonandSteve.com. Do not miss it. We're going to take a break. Come back in a second. We got some bizarre file stories on the way.
Preston and Steve.
So I'm going to try. If not, it'll be tomorrow because I want to live and go into this world. I'm so damn excited.
All right, we're going to get right into this with a story. I love this one. It's about the band Korn. So when it came time to choose a name for the band, they had considered being called Larry.
Oh, stop it.
Larry.
This is a great story. That was the name of their manager at the time,
Larry.
who had told them that they could not call their band Korn. Now, Jonathan Davis told Revolver Magazine that he responded, "Well, we're going to name it Larry then." And he's like, "F you." And I said, "Look, it's either going to be Larry or Korn. You effing pick it." And once they decided on a name, Davis said that the logo, this is interesting too.
Which is the K?
Well, it's the name, Korn, drawn out. The logo came about when he grabbed a crayon and wrote Korn with his left hand.
Oh, there you go.
Gosh.
And got all jaggedy.
And that's it. Yep.
Look at these people spend millions of dollars on highfalutin graphic artists.
Yep. Davis said that he credits them getting their record deal due to the number of stickers with their logo on it that they had stuck all over town. We had to share this little story. So every evening at 6 o'clock, we do a quick conference call with us, with the members of the show, just to see where we are in preparation for the following day's show. If there's anything notable that we need to be aware of, interviews and so on. And that also includes topic conversations. And so we're getting ready to wrap up the call last night, and then Kathy's got one more thing to add.
Well, Steve, so I was at a Bachelorette, and Steve's like, did Bachelorette produce anything? I was like, no, not really. It was actually pretty low-key. And then I was like, oh, wait.
Yeah.
There was one thing.
There was one thing. I was talking to these girls. You remember how last week how Preston was saying that he likes to make sure that, his sexual partner has achieved.
Right.
Gets
The cookies.
Gets the cookies. Before going for the main course, and then Kathy says, and I'll say this verbatim because it's not vulgar or anything like that. She said, "I didn't know until I talked to these girls that not all women will have an orgasm by having sex."
Yeah.
And so we're like, "Oh, okay." And then all of a sudden, you hear Casey go, I guess I should have told you guys that I'm in the car and have the Bluetooth on, and Seamus is sitting next to me.
I also brought up something from another conversation we're going to have about the wall sitting.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. But even that was more benign.
I just I was sex, orgasm, just all the words.
All the words.
Yeah.
Coming out of Kathy's mouth.
And so Seamus is just sitting there in the passenger seat, and I just look over at him, and I can see him smiling, right?
God.
He's just pretending like he didn't hear anything, and I'm like, okay, he heard everything. Now, here's
I didn't think Kathy had orgasms.
Well,
I mean, and honestly, of all people,
yes.
And this is not the first. This is the second time that I've done this with Seamus in the car.
I don't remember the first time.
The first time I called in a couple minutes late, and you had already announced that you were in the car with your kids. I didn't hear it, so at the end of I think I cursed, I said the F word or something like that, but I was joking around trying to make you guys laugh, and then there was silence, and Casey was like, did you not hear me say I was in the car with my kids? And I was like, nope, I sure didn't.
Sorry. Here's the deal. I don't even know if he knows what that O word is.
Yeah.
All the other stuff, I'm sure he knows all about.
Right.
But the main juxt of the conversation, the gist, whatever. Yeah. I sound like anyway. The main gist of the conversation, it being the O and women not getting to that. I don't even know if that all that stuff could have gone over his head, and he probably was looking that word up.
Yeah. How old is he?
He's in 8th grade.
Maybe.
I don't know. But the kids have the internet these days.
Yeah, those kids.
Yeah,
and their
if
internet.
not, he knows now.
I'll tell you this, though, that's something that I've never had to deal with because it's just my wife, or we're transporting pets in the car. But it's such a common thing. There's no way that doesn't happen all the freaking time.
Yeah, Shell and I instituted a standard greeting, which if you're in the car and Rochelle says it to me, she goes, "Hi, you're on speaker. So and so is in the car with me." That's the first thing that comes out of her mouth.
Say hi.
Yeah.
Now, in my defense, when I joined the call, there was already a conversation going on, so I couldn't bust in and go, "Hey, by the way, I'm a speaker." I just
normally it's okay. The majority of our calls
is pretty benign.
It doesn't get that detailed or graphic.
But when you're all worked up and horny, it comes through.
Apparently I needed to.
Kathy's all horned up.
Well, Casey a couple of weeks ago suggested maybe we do, I forget, it was Zoom call or FaceTime or something for our conference calls. And I was like, I can't do that because my phone is always on speaker, when I do the conference call, because it's dinner time and, we're either cooking, cleaning, whatever it is. And Jace is always there. And when I feel sometimes there'll be a curse that slips, I'm like, and I gotta quick get the phone and put it up to my ear.
Yeah. So whenever I talk to my buddy Jeff on the phone, you're pretty sure that the conversation is going to go to an NC-17 rating.
Right.
So we always will go, are you on speaker? Are you alone? Or whatever.
Right.
I mean, but with our conference call, and also my kids are older now, so it's but when they were children, it was
hey guys, by the way, I got the kids in the car.
Well, it's for me, it's like my a Christmas story. We heard all that stuff from my dad, and so it was all part of the deal. But we never received calls through Bluetooth in the car.
Yeah.
While I was in the back seat when my dad was driving. It was something that didn't happen.
Did anybody see the South Park quarantine special?
Yeah.
Yes.
I watched it with my son over the weekend, and the last 5 minutes of it, there is a giant phallus that Mr. Garrison is carrying back into town. And my son, who is a little bit older than Seamus Casey, could not stop laughing. But he was laughing so hard that he was like holding the pillow in front of his face. So like we dance around the topic, but the older he gets, the dancing just becomes less overt. You're just like, all right, that's fine. Like he knows you don't want to be the person. I don't know. You don't want to be like overt about it, but you also know that he knows.
Listen, I've told my, and I say this time and time again. Listen, my kids are going to hear this stuff in the schoolyard, which is fine.
Right.
I don't want them teaching this stuff in the schoolyard. There's a difference, right? So
you want them getting shed talks.
No, but at the same time, with the whatever they're watching, it's like, all right, there's that weird fine line between condoning and encouraging.
Yes.
And so I don't like my son is now watching clips of The Family Guy, and he's getting such a kick out of it, and I hear him cracking up. And
At the
my
dirty
wife.
parts?
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's, but my wife's like, it's not appropriate for him. I'm like, well, I know what I watched when I was 13 years old.
I think my like with my situation, my dad just got tired of trying to restrict because and then my mother just sort of gave up. We tried, and and we were fine, but a lot of the stuff just went over our heads, and then eventually it was like somehow I just remember knowing about it. I forget exactly where I became aware of it. It was a combination of both the schoolyard and my dad.
Yeah. I've got my two olders. They can say whatever they want to.
Right.
It's free reign now. I mean, they're 20 and 18.
Right.
So
Yeah.
whatever, and they will say stuff in front of my 13-year-old. So it's everything now
is on the table,
except for like graphic sex or anything like that. You know what I mean? So you can. I love when parents say, they've heard everything. When they're talking about their kid who's a toddler, he's heard everything. But
no, they haven't.
He may have heard all the words, not in a specific order though.
Yeah,
which can make it very graphic and dirty.
Well, like Chuck D'Amico, right? So Chuck D'Amico is part of our pod. I work with Chuck, and then so my kids and we see each other on the weekends. Chuck D'Amico says things that are like, I was like, I would never say that in front of my kids.
Yeah.
And he says it in front of my kids. And I'm like, well, I guess this is just where we are now, Like,
Wait, Chuck says stuff in front of his kids that you wouldn't say in front of your kids.
He says it in front of my children. He says it in front of my children.
Like what?
All right, so for instance, we were playing...
Using your mouth on a donkey?
No. Is it Scattergories?
Yeah.
We were playing Scattergories, right? And the things that are round came up, and the letter was T. And he said, and I'll just, so he said tiny toddies, but it wasn't toddies.
Right.
It was, boobs. And I was like, and like...
You were like, we don't say that.
So 2 points, man. You also, I know that, but you also have to remember, I also have I have the youngest of everybody, too.
Yeah.
So my sixth grader is there. My sixth grade daughter is there as well. So
That's not appropriate.
It's not. It is not.
So what you're saying is he's a bad dad.
Well, I'm saying he often forgets, and that we all have different parenting styles. So he might have said that in front of his sixth grade daughter but she's a sophomore in high school now. So there's a difference. And
you lose track.
When he did that, my wife and I looked at each other like, do I say something? Well, I'm saying something to him now. Don't say stuff like that in front of my daughter, right? Don't say stuff like that in front of my 11-year-old daughter, my 11-year-old Catholic school daughter.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Kathy, don't talk about orgasms in front of my son.
But I didn't.
Unless you're going to teach him how to give one to a...
Oh, God, stop it.
Dear Lord.
Stop.
We are crossing
Yeah, no, I don't want to
territories.
do that. Yeah, this isn't good.
By the way, I just jotted down, I need to watch South Park movie with my sons. I don't think we've ever seen that. And that gets as dirty as you can possibly get.
And watch this quarantine special because it's pretty damn funny.
Okay. And there's a huge phallus in it at some point?
Yeah.
Because there's a little one in the South Park movie where Saddam Hussein whips out.
Right. No, this is a giant man gets turned into a penis and gets hauled into town.
All right. Nice. All right. Well, anyhow, if Kathy's on your call and you're on Bluetooth with your children, make sure you say something because otherwise... there's going to be
just let loose.
But
an
literally, I would be the
moment.
last person to say something in front of a kid.
Are we still on for the swingers party tonight?
Stop. Oh, God.
By the way, today is National Cheesesteak Day.
Yes.
So I figured
it's a food thing.
Food is on the brain.
Yeah.
And, we're gonna do some giveaways with Steak'em in a little bit, who have stopped by this morning to give us some stuff to give to you. But let's have a seat and have a meal, if you will.
It's time for the Connoisseur in honor of National Cheesesteak Day. We're going to talk all things food.
We definitely are. Maybe we can get into a cheesesteak discussion at some point.
You know, there's a Goldberg's tie into cheesesteaks. They always run that episode.
Yeah,
where they,
donkeys.
Donkeys.
Right?
Yep,
And
absolutely.
the whole big thing was that the best cheesesteak in the world is not in Pennsylvania.
And you know what?
It was really
I need to get
good.
back there.
I know.
I'll have to, when I have a cheat moment, I'll do that.
Well, and some people call no fair because it's not on the long roll. It's on a Kaiser.
Yeah.
Poppy C. Kaiser or whatever. I got no problems with that.
I don't care. I think it just tastes great.
I
That's
say
all there is to it.
If you
And
put
less
it in
filling.
if you put it in between white bread, it's still a cheesesteak.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Word.
All right. So I've got my
Yes, your
chef's hat on.
Your puffy chef's hat.
So we're going to start with this.
What is the technical name of that hat?
Chef's hat.
Chef's hat.
Is it literally just
I don't
chef's
know.
hat?
You got me. Because there's a couple different ones. I think like sous chefs wear a different hat. And so there's a variety of different hats that are worn in certain restaurant situations. So it's called a toque, Steve.
All right, there we go.
So according to this, it says the chef's hat is officially called a toque.
That's toque.
Which is Arabic for hat.
All right.
While the term has existed for a few thousand years, the French popularized the word when referring to a chef's hat, according to Culinary Anyone. That's a website, I guess. By the 1800s, that hat has become known as the toque blanche.
Oh, because it's white.
Or white hat. Yeah.
I know you're about to get going with something.
Connoisseur.
I don't think a cheesesteak in between white bread is still a cheesesteak.
It is.
All right. Maybe we can come back to this.
I stand corrected.
No, I mean, is it called a cheesesteak roll?
Yeah,
it's called cheesesteak.
I think you've bastardized the sandwich by putting in between white bread.
Okay.
If we're going to come back to cheesesteak,
You talking about
later.
sandwich bread, just regular sandwich bread?
Yeah, I mean, what if you put a hamburger in between two pieces of white bread? Is it
no.
not a hamburger anymore?
I will
It's that
accept.
you didn't have any rolls left and you had nothing else to use.
I will accept a Kaiser roll, but
WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, I'm going to lead the bizarre file with a terrible story. I will tell you that everyone is okay in this story.
All right.
But this is just unbelievable. Police discovered a boy and two girls abandoned by their mother and living in squalor for 5 years in southeastern Michigan while conducting a welfare check during the past weekend. The boy is 15. He's the oldest, so he was 10 when this started. And the two girls are 13 and 12, and they've been living without parental guidance since the height of the COVID pandemic.
Jeez.
The three youths had been living alone in a condominium that is in a state of squalor since the spring or summer of 2020. All three are in reasonably good health after undergoing initial medical examinations and are scheduled to undergo more in-depth physical and mental health examination soon because they're probably damaged after being treated
How
like
could
that.
they not be?
The three youths are recovering while in the care of social services, and the mother's in custody. Sheriff's office raised money to help pay for their medical bills and education, and the fundraising was so successful, the sheriff's office said it does not need any more donations. It's actually searching for a law firm to create a trust fund for the three kids.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's going to help. The father was in prison when the mother abandoned her children. But he was released. In 2022, he obtained a court order enabling him to visit the youths. The mothers refused to let him see them. Local police discovered the kids living alone over the weekend and said they had been living on bread and occasional food delivered by DoorDash and Instacart. I don't know where they were
How are they
getting money.
paying? Yeah.
The mother occasionally dropped off hygiene products and food, but recently gave them a loaf of bread that was supposed to last them for about 3 days. Gaps in the local school enrollment process caused the kids to go missing without notice. None of the three had received any schooling since their abandonment. They stayed indoors and watched TV to pass the time. Dude, when the cops got there, like, the toilet didn't work. The bathroom was full of crap. And
Where
there was
did
just stuff all over. It was in Michigan.
But where did you say the parents were?
The
he
mother,
was in
they
jail.
didn't say. The father had been incarcerated, but he was released, and then the mother wouldn't allow him to see the kids, and I have no idea where the mom
she was
this whole time.
But she would drop
I'm
by.
assuming she's a drug addict.
Wow.
I'm assuming she's a drug addict, but I don't know for sure. The oldest boy only went outside twice. Once was to check on the mail, and the other time was so he could feel the grass beneath his feet.
Over the past years, he only went outside twice.
What it says. Yeah. So there will be more on this story for sure, but pretty crazy. All right. Something a little bit lighter than that. They're getting closer to finding that Nigerian prince who keeps emailing you.
Yay! I got a whole bunch of correspondence from him.
In Osun State, Nigeria, Oba Joseph Oluyede, the Apetu of Ipadumodu, has been arrested by the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation for allegedly defrauding the U.S. government of $4.2 million in COVID-19 relief funds.
Damn.
Declared missing in March 2024, Oluyede was found in FBI custody, facing a 13-count indictment. This is for the Northern District of Ohio, including conspiracy, wire fraud, money laundering. He and an accomplice allegedly secured over $4.2 million in small business administration funds, with Oluyede reportedly pocketing $1.7 million and an additional $1.3 million through falsified applications for co-conspirators. So he was pulling that scam, and they got him. So that's one less. Now, if we can just get the people that tell us that we need to pay our tolls.
Yeah. I just got that text yesterday.
I got it yesterday, too.
Yeah, they're on a streak right now. They're getting bombarded.
Yep. All right, how about this? A 33-year-old woman known only as Miss A in the press went to the plastic surgery hospital of the Chinese Academy of Medical Sciences to treat a condition called hemifacial atrophy, which made the left side of her face shrink and her eye appear sunken.
Wow.
During surgery to improve her facial symmetry, doctors found 5 contact lenses stuck behind her left eyeball.
Oh, my God.
I've heard of this before. 5, though.
You know
behind.
what? That's weird because your eye is attached, so they can't actually go behind your eye. They go like up into your lid. But if you just blink, they come out.
Wow.
How did they suggest how they ended up behind the eyeball?
Ms. A had been wearing contact lenses for years and had
Did she
lost
put them into her ears?
several recently, not realizing they were trapped behind her eye. Fortunately, she didn't experience any problems from the stuck lenses.
She could see like a falcon.
But leaving them there could have led to infections or eye injury. But she had 5 of them behind her eye. That's messed up. An Oklahoma man built this record brick by brick, literally. Great-grandfather Clem Reichenmeyer was surprised with a Guinness World Record for his collection of 8,882 bricks. He has a brick collection.
Okay.
This is the greatest day of my life.
The largest in the world for Clem Reichenmeyer.
How many?
8,882. His daughter, Celia, and son-in-law, Dan, got some friends together, and they counted and documented the items in Clem's brick barn.
You don't never go into that barn, never. That's my brick barn.
In Tulsa, Oklahoma. And they did it while Clem was out of town, Steve. So they want to make sure.
You bitches.
The kids surprised.
What I tell you.
The kid surprised him with the record certificate
Vagina? No, I never heard of it. What is that?
when he returned to town.
Oh, my God. I've been wasting all this time.
He spent 40 years building the collection, which does include a Roman brick from the year 100 A.D.
That's a Roman brick, that one.
Yes.
100 A.D.
That one?
That one.
Yeah, right there?
Don't touch it.
Okay. Can I look at it?
Not too long.
Okay. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Clem.
Brick collection.
That's great. Is Clem, by the way, now I know you had a dog. That was short for Clementine.
Clementine, yeah.
But I wonder what the male version of that
I don't know. That's actually a good question.
Is it just Clem?
Because I've heard Clem as a male name many times.
Clemens?
Clemens?
Maybe?
Clemens, maybe, yeah.
Clemency, Clementine, which means merciful.
Clemency.
Yeah.
That seems like has a name?
Yeah.
Here's a guy who played cricket for England in the 1800s. His name was Clement Clemen.
Clement. We remember Bill Clement.
Yeah.
But not Clement.
He had a
Clement
big mustache.
as a first name. He did have a big mustache.
Clem Clemens.
Wonder how old Bill Clement's doing these days.
I texted him, I don't know, I guess like a year ago or so. And
He's collecting rocks.
No, man, he is living a good life.
Is he?
He retired to North Carolina. He wanted to enjoy retirement. He was very happy. He says it was great to hear from me, and he always thinks very highly of you guys. But I think Bill did it right.
Last time we talked to him, he was like using a chainsaw or something like that outside.
He's like an aspiring lumberjack and just really enjoying his time in North Carolina.
Do we shave his mustache?
Mm-hmm.
What
Yeah.
is his? Okay.
Yeah,
JJ's.
That legendary mustache.
There were a few others. The only one we didn't get to was Gardner.
Jim Gardner. That was the holy grail. Yeah.
We just spoke to him like normal humans because we knew if we didn't, he'd be gone in a second from our
We
lives.
had to.
Yep.
Though he was this close to shaving his pubes for us.
No, he was not.
We're doing Shave Your Bush with Jim Gardner.
It's for charity.
Yeah.
Come on, Jim.
Anything for the community.
We will take a break. We'll come back. Lesson Question is up when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
You are killing the very being of what a cheesesteak is.
It's still a cheesesteak. I'm not saying I'm not killing the being of it, but it's still a cheesesteak. If you put peanut butter and jelly on a hoagie roll, it's still a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Would you then call it a steak sandwich? Because I don't see that as a steak sandwich. A steak sandwich I see on a roll.
I think if you put it on a bagel, it's no longer a cheesesteak. I think if you put it on white bread, I'm thinking
the bread has that much sway over it. You think?
Yeah, I think you have ruined the very concept of a cheesesteak. I think it's like steak sandwich ingredients on white bread. I think it's no longer a cheesesteak.
Put some documentation together and send it on over.
Let me ask you: you have a problem with cheesesteak egg rolls? Still called cheesesteak.
It's not even remotely a cheesesteak.
It's still a cheesesteak. It's called
got cheesesteak ingredients. No, it's not.
It's a cheesesteak egg roll.
Call it a cheesesteak egg roll. Don't call it a cheesesteak egg roll.
You think that's a cheesesteak sandwich because
it's got cheesesteak cereal in it.
It is not a cheesesteak sandwich. It has cheesesteak. What makes it has cheese steak, but it does not. It's not a cheesesteak. In the classic form, it's a cheesesteak egg roll. Cheesesteak egg roll.
I just want to point out to everyone, looking at Casey's body language, he's deadly serious about all this, right?
Well, it's dumb. It is a dumb conversation to have, and it's okay.
Okay.
It's a dumb. Listen, it's a cheesesteak. It's what is inside the roll that it's named after. It doesn't matter what you wrap it in. It doesn't matter,
And cut Nick some slack because he's had really loose bowel movements for the past day or two. So.
He's not thinking right.
Yeah.
He's low on electrolytes.
Just had a visit down to the third floor.
Did you make a cheesesteak?
Well, no, but man, do they got a nice bathroom down there.
Sony has recruited Zachary Levi to star in Sony's live-action adaptation of the classic children's book Harold and the Purple Crayon.
Did you ever read that book, or do your kids?
I don't remember it. I know the title,
so do I.
but I don't remember what it's about.
It was a staple in our household when Ben was 3 and 4 years old.
Okay. And I love Zachary Levi, man.
He's great.
He seems like a guy I want to know.
We could absolutely hang with him. At least it seems that way.
Yeah.
I loved him in the show Chuck.
The story, published in 1955 and written by Crockett Johnson, tells the story of a 4-year-old who created worlds around him with his crayon.
He is the voice of Flynn Rider, correct?
He is.
Yeah. Which is a far superior movie, Tangled, than Frozen.
Yeah, I know you're a big proponent of that.
Casey's opinion.
Yeah. And I texted you guys about Flynn Rider last night.
I saw that, and by the way, I was looking at the cover of Herpel and the Perilled Crayon
and the hairy donut. Herpel and the hairy donut.
Hey, I know someone named Christine Herpel, by the way.
Okay. We do.
She's working at NBC.
Not her first name, but
Herpel. It's not. It's Meeston Moidy.
Herpel.
Herpel.
I love Herpel.
I'll let you guys laugh that out, and then I'll.
It's hard when it happens.
Funny.
It's just there. You got to get past it.
So anyway, yes, Nick had texted over something about the fact that the people have voted that Flynn Rider is the sexiest Disney character ever. According to who?
This guy, Kevin Sparrow, did a Twitter poll.
I just think he's
he did a Twitter poll.
Yeah.
Nipple piercing.
Yeah.
Not piercing in general. Never has appealed to me. Appealed to me. I've never had a pierced ear, nothing, nose.
Pierre has both nipples pierced, right?
Does he really?
I think he does. Yeah.
Ooh,
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
I have 5 in my ears.
Do you really still?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I
nipples?
I got 5 nipples. I got 3 nipples in the left ear and 2 nipples in the right ear.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I can stick earrings through them right now if I wanted to.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It didn't look right. I tried. I was in alt radio and. And every time I looked in the mirror, I'm like, I don't look like an earring guy. Yeah.
I had my nipple pierced.
No, shut up.
Are you kidding? Miss Needle Phobic?
How long have we known you? We never.
Birthday,
hey, thank you. It's my birthday present from Kathy Romano.
Birthday miracle.
Revealed that she had her nipple pierced.
I still don't believe
smiling. She was smiling when I brought this up. She looked at me holding up her hand, meaning I have something to say, and you had this bizarre look on your face.
Wow.
Oh my
Look
God.
at Steve.
Steve
is so
can't even
perplexed.
speak.
No,
doesn't know what to
this
do.
makes sense though, because sometimes I'll see Kathy walking around and she'll have a kettlebell suspended from her crotch, and I'm like, "What's that?
Okay, so
What's that attached to?" And she has another piercing.
let's unpack this here for a moment.
Okay,
Okay,
all
so
right. I can explain.
number 1, you're deathly afraid of needles,
Yes.
anything that has to do with that. Number 2, you're so pristine when it comes to anything that
She has a
has
perfect vagina.
to do well. But by pristine, I mean
No
what's
tattoos,
yeah,
unblemished.
and also
Unblemished,
no touching any even remotely
Yucky
sexual areas, naughty areas of the body.
Well, he's been scarred by your mother.
Let me sit down here.
I know.
Okay, sit down and I'll tell you the
'Cause I wanna
story.
hear
There's got to be a catch
Casey,
here.
fan him. Fan him.
Please.
There's a catch here. There's got to be a catch.
All right. How long ago?
Okay, so
Last week.
no, let me think about this. Okay, I think it was college. Yeah, I was in college.
It had to be.
Somebody had to have been kidnapped, and like this was the only way to get them released.
Well, I was trying to think if it was after college, but it wasn't.
Like a spring break thing?
No, so it was in college. I had a very good friend from high school, turned stripper, she was getting things pierced.
Okay.
And so and by the way, she hid from me that she was a stripper for a long time. So I didn't know she was a stripper, but she was. Anyway, so she was going to get something pierced. Now, I grew up, my mom always taught me, do not get a tattoo. In 10 years, you're not going to like it. You're going to pick something today and you're never going to like it. And so that stuck with me. What she was okay with, now I don't think she knew I got my nipple pierced, but what she was okay with was piercings because you could always take them out.
Right.
They grow back,
Yeah, so I had piercings all the way up my ear, in the cartilage, all of that.
Yeah.
I had my belly button pierced. And
I didn't know that either.
So at this point, then there was like, well, what else do I get pierced? My friend was going to get a piercing. I forget which. She was getting her nose done. I didn't want to get my nose done because I have terrible allergies. I'm like, that thing's gonna go flying when I blow my nose. So we were just there, and she was like, just do it, just do it. So she basically convinced me, and I was like, I don't know if I can do this.
Was it a dude who did it?
It was a guy who did it. We went to like a place we were in New Hope, so it was like a piercing place. It wasn't like some corner store. I felt comfortable. It was very like doctor-esque.
Right.
The room was set up. So I did it. I got my nipple pierced.
You were drinking beers?
No, listen. It was terrible. It was an awful, awful experience. My body rejected it.
Oh.
It never healed ever. It was like a massive infection.
Wow.
And my boyfriend at the time was fine. He was finally like, "What are you doing? Just take it out. It's not gonna." Because I thought I went through all of this.
Yeah.
Like I had a needle go through my nipple. Like help me here. So I didn't want to take it out because I went through all of that. It was terrible. It was terrible pain when he did it. Afterwards, it was awful. So I did not have it very long, and I ended up taking it out.
Was the intention to get both of them done initially, and then you stopped after one? No,
Just
you just want to
one?
get
I was
one.
just getting one.
You seem more like a completist.
See what
Was it
happened.
A stud,
It was a ring.
It was a ring?
Yeah.
Ring.
Okay.
It was a ring. You
All
had,
right.
but I mean, it was terrible. It was so bad. And it was so infected. I had to put a gauze pad in my bra because it was infected. And no, it was disgusting. It was awful. Yeah.
So that's horrible. That's disgusting.
Awful.
I have to imagine, did you at least become woozy during any of these piercings when you're as needle phobic as you are?
So the thing with needles and me is if I can't look at it. That's every time I have passed out because of it, I watched it. So I watched Jace getting stitches. I watched the needle go through his chin.
Right.
I saw the skin pull,
Right.
and I was like, that was it. I was out. So each time I was watching it. So this obviously I didn't watch. I closed my eyes, turned my head, held my stripper friend's hand,
Held
and
your nipple out.
Put my nipple out, and there we go.
That was it.
And do you have scarring to this day from
so
it?
yes, there's like a tiny. You wouldn't know. Here, I'll show you. Come here.
Come on. Let us decide.
So
we'll try to pick the one out.
When
You wouldn't know. It is a tiny little like spot. Yes, I can see it. It's on one side, but if you guys were sucking on my nipples, you would never know.
If we're sucking on your
Well, leave it to Kathy to make a story like that unsexy.
Wow.
So I don't know. It was pretty sexy.
It started off sexy, and then the infection and the gauze.
Yes.
How many
ruined
days or
it.
weeks did it last?
It was in a couple of weeks. Like I said, I tried. I was, I went back to the guy. He was like, here, gave me, cleaning and this and that and whatever. And it just like literally my body was rejecting it.
Is that why your nipple whistles now and then?
Every once in a while.
Did your mom find out about this right now as well?
Probably. Yeah, I think she probably found out
She's
now.
on the roof ready to swan dive into the parking lot.
So how long total do you think you actually had it in?
Nick, probably maybe a month or something, and it just was not getting better.
And always painful all the time.
It was so painful the entire time. It never healed. It was always painful.
A green day on 93.3 WMMR. Everything that rocks. Holiday. 10:23. Preston and Steve show. Let me see. A reminder, tomorrow is when we give away our Word of the Week prize. Very quick turnaround. And it's a good one, too. Not $500. The Live Casino Hotel Philadelphia prize pack. Overnight stay at the hotel. Pair of tickets to see Jay Farah, who's going to be at the Live Event Center on Friday, March 14th. So we'll get a letter from Pierre today, and then one more tomorrow. We will give that sucker away. So, lesson question prize, 4-pack of tickets for the Philadelphia Home and Garden Show, which is tomorrow through Sunday at the Expo Center in Oaks. And there were so many good ones to go with here. Let's go with which 19th century president, our 13th president, began his career as a wrestler before politics? 215-263-WMMR. Steve mentioned it while we had Drew Gulak in here. So let's see if you know. Which 19th century president, our 13th, began his career as a wrestler before politics? 215-263-WMMR. Call if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, before we get a winner, we'll get some stories from Steve. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Preston, former Real Housewives of Beverly Hills cast member Maurizio Umansky broke his clavicle while skiing in Colorado. Umansky says because he's a celebrity, he was driven to the hospital in an ambulance and immediately admitted to the ER waiting room.
Wow.
So Luigi Mangione is making his first public comment since being arrested and charged for the murder of a healthcare executive. Mangione says he's touched by the outpouring of support, but then admits he's been touched for many years now. So. And finally, Harvey Weinstein suing his own brother Bob for embezzling $45 million from the Weinstein Company. Weinstein remarked, quote, "I feel so violated," and then he exploded in a pulpy spray of irony. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
Let's go to the phones. Going to try to find out if you know which 19th century president began his career as a wrestler before politics. And it is John, who is our first caller in. So we'll go to him. Hi, John. Morning, bud.
Hello there. How are you today?
Awesome, my man. All right, so do you know which 19th century president began his career as a wrestler?
That would be the great Millard Fillmore.
That is correct. Millard Fillmore. John, hold on a second. We are going to give you a 4-pack of tickets for the Philadelphia Home and Garden Show. It's tomorrow through Sunday at the Expo Center in Oaks. Tickets at phillyhomeandgarden.com. And for discount tickets, use the promo code Casey, and you can go see Kathy while she's there. Here we go.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
me?
All right, couple of things in music news this morning. Prince's Purple Rain is going to come back to movie theaters for one night only. The movie will be getting a bit of an upgrade, too, with picture and sound quality even better than the 40th anniversary 4K disc that came out last May. Purple Rain came out in 1984 and starred the musician as a talented but troubled musician as he dealt with issues with his career, family, band, and girlfriend, as well as a new rival. The movie musical will be available to watch at Dolby Cinema, at AMC Theaters, locations in the U.S. on March 5th.
So is it just simply to display the new refurbed version, or is it tying into any
Doesn't say.
historical thing in Prince's history?
I guess 1984, no, that would have been last year, would have been a milestone anniversary, would have been the 40th anniversary. So, yeah, I'm not sure, Steve. And I'm curious how the movie holds up. It's been a long time since I've seen it, and I loved it.
Yes.
I've told you before, I was like, yeah, I thought Prince was great. I enjoyed Prince music, but did I need to see a movie at the time in 1984? No. And then I eventually saw it, and I'm like, oh, this is really good.
Yeah, it was well done. I mean, he's unlikable in certain parts of the movie, and then you know, he says the domestic violence has kind of shaped his life. And there's Morris Day. I've said before many times. There's a scene where he realizes he's gone too far with Prince. Yeah, it's a quiet scene, and he's like, I love all that. Yeah, it's really well done.
Good movie, and obviously the music is fantastic throughout it. I only have one other thing. Mark Hoppus is about to sell off something cool for a great cause. The Blink-182 bassist is selling a painting by the mysterious artist Banksy. It's called Crude Oil Vetriano and could be worth up to $6.3 million.
Is it a picture of Jed Clampett shooting into the ground and oil coming out?
It is not. He and his wife Sky got the painting in 2011, and it's been in their home in L.A., their homes in L.A. and London since then. The painting has a couple dancing on a beach, but with a twist, there's a sinking oil ship and some messy toxic waste there as well. Mark's auctioning it off and giving the proceeds to several causes, including California Fire Foundation, Children's Hospital Los Angeles, and Cedars-Sinai Hematology Oncology Research, which makes perfect sense because he had been a cancer survivor since 2021.
Yeah.
So he's giving back to that. So I thought that was pretty cool. That's it. This is a short.
That's all you need.
The short music.
I mean, you scout, you comb the desert.
You know what you do need though? Some popcorn.
Yeah.
I have for caller number 17 a $50 gift card for Cluster's Popcorn, and they have the ultimate snack deal right now. It's called the Pick 6. You buy 5 bags of Cluster's handcrafted gourmet popcorn, you get the 6th one for free, including classic caramel to crazy creations that you won't find anywhere else. Stop by and visit clusterpopcorn.com for more information. And if you like pickles, the Taste Like a Pickle one is
Thumbs up, huh?
fantastic. Yes, that's the only one I've tried. I got to try some more in a little bit.
Oh, yeah, I did the spicy one. Which one was that?
The habanero?
Yeah, no, it was
Sweet habanero?
No, it was the Chipotle white cheddar.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I tried that too, Case.
And?
It was really good.
Yeah.
All right.
A little bit of a kick, man.
They got a lot available. So we'll set you up with that. Caller number 17. We'll take a break, come back in a second. Wrapping up the show when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Removing it hurt, or was it
yes.
really? Oh, really?
No, hurt. And I remember, too, I was in the bathroom at my boyfriend's house in college. You know,
It hurts so bad.
the way you know, like college bathrooms was disgusting. It was so gross. And I was up there with my friend, and she was like, "That's it, we're taking it out." And we just, because remember the old piercer, or what they used to use. I don't know what they use now, but it had little balls on the end, so you had to screw the ball off so that you could take the hoop off.
Yep.
So it was like the whole thing was just painful. It was awful.
God. All right. So the actual act of having it pierced, because I couldn't do it. It just seems like it would be so painful.
It was awful. It was so painful.
What did they use, like ice? Or
people who say like, "Oh no, it wasn't that bad." No, it was bad.
It's one of the more sensitive spots on your body.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
So sensitive.
Well, and listen, here's the thing. Oh God, here's more info.
My vaginal piercing.
No, I never did that. But I don't have very. Well, I can't believe I'm saying. I don't have very sensitive nipples, so I thought, oh, okay, I can do this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I'm not like the girls who are super sensitive and are always nipping through their shirts.
I've got tough as leather nipples.
Yeah, no, not so much.
So
not true.
when it was happening, did they get like browner or pinker or?
I hate you.
Somebody
No, but
says
I
call
will
the guy in New Hope. He'll be able to answer the
Hold on.
question.
But I will say, they would take pictures of all of their piercings, and I was like, "Oh hell no!" I was like, you cannot have a picture of my boob.
I am floored right now.
I am too, man.
So floored.
Well, we all remember Marissa's tongue piercing.
Yeah.
Remember when she removed that manually at home?
I used to have the audio.
The audio of that getting clipped off. Now that. When you initially got that piercing done, Marissa, how could that not hurt?
Because I was on spring break and it didn't matter. No,
All right.
But did I ever tell you guys a story about when I came home and my mom saw it?
No.
So it was Easter dinner. At first, I should say, as soon as I sat up, as soon as I got a pierce, I sat up and I went, "Ugh, my mom's gonna know I feel my tongue pierced," because my tongue just swelled up and I couldn't eat for a few days. So it was Easter dinner. We're all sitting around the table, like an Italian table. So we're talking and laughing like 2 hours after dinner. And at one point, I just opened my mouth really wide to laugh at something, and the whole table's laughing, and my mom just stops.
Oh, daggers!
And she goes, "What's that?" And the entire rest of the table starts cracking up laughing because they have saw it hours ago. My mom was probably cooking dinner and she didn't notice. So my mom collects herself for a minute and she goes, "Oh, okay, all right," and starts laughing with it. And then she goes, "Well, at least I knew about the other one." And everybody laughs more. My dad goes, "Wait, what other one?"
Before I do my intro,
okay,
can you hear me, Amy?
Yeah.
She's here, Amy.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
All right. Well, no, it's all right. I like to always to do a nice big intro, so let me do that now, ladies and gentlemen, from Evanescence, the same.
Hi guys. What a nice intro.
How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Oh, are you kidding me? It's great. Listen, we had just played Better Without You. Leading right into this, and of course, it's on the album The Bitter Truth, which is finally out. And I wanted to ask you about that because you were talking about this album. I mean, was it done already, like in 2019? I mean, in the can and ready to go or close to it?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
We really wrote most of it last year. Yeah,
Okay.
during everything.
All right, then I had read that you had asked, you wanted people to hear it at that point, so I read something incorrect. Oddly enough, there was some misinformation that I found on the web.
Weird.
Yeah.
Well, we started it a while back. We'd been working in bits and pieces through 2019 in between tours. We just sort of started putting time aside when we were all together. We live all over the world. All over the country, and now we have a member who lives in Germany, Jen, who we've been away from since before the pandemic. She's been with us remotely on this thing since the first 4 songs, but we made it happen. We really did.
It's such a
Can't believe it. Hallelujah.
No, it's very cool, and honestly, the entire world has gone through a maelstrom of stuff. Obviously with the COVID and all that stuff, and then you guys have also, all of you at some level, been dealing with personal crises, and here you are at this end of it, releasing music into the world, connecting with people and what you love doing. Is there just a big sigh of it, relief now that it's out there? I can't imagine what that process is like and what you're currently experiencing.
It feels so good.
Yeah.
It really does. And for us, it's not something we do every other year. It's something that is, it comes out when it happens, when the inspiration hits and the time is right and everything lines up and we know what we want to do. So more than ever, it feels like a very special occasion for us. And, like you said, having so much to get off of our chest personally and just feeling connected, with the rest of the world in this time of the last couple of years, just strain and loss and frustration. It feels so good to be in a rock band.
Yeah.
Pour all that out into the music. I can't tell you how good it feels. And now, I'm such a, I don't know, detail critic, always hearing all the little things I want to chip away and change. To finally have it done and not be listening to that anymore and just to listen in my car and enjoy it, it feels really, really good.
Okay, I wanted to ask about that in particular. So, and I would imagine all artists, musicians, maybe not all, but some go through this where You have this final product. You're very proud of it. It's sat for a little while. It's sunken in. Do you go back and go, man, I wish we would have done that. I wish I would have added this harmony. I wish I would have tweaked this and that. Are you okay with, or is that just natural?
That hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
I don't think that about the new stuff. It's funny. I'm hearing so many little things when there's still the chance to change it. I'm hearing this and that and this and I don't know and maybe this and one more of this and we need more background vocals and all that. But then once it's done, finally stepping away, I'm like, I don't even remember all the details I was honing in on anymore. It just sounds great.
Yeah, you know what, and that's why I would be a lousy producer or anything in that position, because you constantly want to be changing and tweaking and doing this and that. You had Nick Raskuletis as your producer, one of the best rock guy that there is to it. And,
yes.
And does he tell me about your working with him and what that experience is like?
He's the best. He's incredible. And that's part of what makes that happen. He's very much in on the details like I am. We work really well together. We don't always have the exact same idea. It's good to have somebody who has different ideas and goes, hey, maybe you should try this one other thing. But really, it's so good to have somebody that you really trust who can say, when you're like, what's better, A or B? Like right. This take or that one, or like for me to go up here or go down here. Somebody who's just like a good sounding board of like, dude, it sounds great when you do it, when you go up. Let's go for that.
You got to have that. All right. I also wanted to ask, Steve had mentioned the fact that there's a lot of there's a lot of message you're getting across with this music. There's a lot of things happening. You mentioned a lot of tragedy. There's some good things too, but I wanted to ask you on a personal note. When I will sometimes listen to songs for years and have no idea what the artist was the message that they were trying to get through in this song. Now, I may love the melody and the harmonies and the rhythm and all that stuff, and I like the song, but don't really know what it's about.
Sure.
How do you feel about that? When you've poured emotion, you've written these lyrics, you're getting across a very specific theme that you want, and people don't get it. Is that okay?
It's totally okay.
Okay.
Honestly, I write in a way that is very cathartic for me. And
Daughtry 93.3 WMMR, The Dam. Damn. 10:38 on Thursday morning as we are coming to a close with our program. You damn right. You know what? I have one more $50 gift card for Cluster's handcrafted popcorn. Want to give that away. So we'll take call number 18, 215-263-WMMR, and we will give you some goodies. So they have 7 locations, and Cluster's Popcorn isn't just about amazing handcrafted flavors. It's about community. They have 7 locations, counting. Clusters is bringing fresh gourmet popcorn in neighborhoods all over, and you can be a part of the family. Clusters is offering franchise opportunities.
It's nice, yeah.
You can bring this beloved snack to your town. So learn more at clusterspopcorn.com. And it's Cluster's handcrafted popcorn like you never had before. So thank you guys for bringing that by today. It was a nice little treat to have here on the program and to give away as well. I want to thank our guests. We had a friend of ours, wrestler Drew Gulak, by.
Yeah, he was great.
He has Catch Point professional wrestling training. And if you are interested in getting into that line of work, you can join. Or if you're just interested in that line of work, they have a workshop. It's like a 6-week-long program. You can also just go and watch and check it out and see if it's right for you.
Absolutely.
And you can go to thecatchpoint.com. Super nice guy, knows what he's doing, so it's good to have him by. And then another friend, composer Laura Karpman, whose most recent work was Captain America, Brave New World. Yes, she wrote the music for that film, and she's got other really big things coming up that she couldn't tell us about, and you know they're big things because she's this sought-after, award-winning composer and really cool person. So that was nice. We need to get our letter of the day. I guess that's going to be you, Case.
I got you, boo.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
E, as in electrocution.
And we're going to be giving away a
jumped in on that one.
live casino and hotel Philadelphia prize pack, including an overnight stay at the hotel and a pair of tickets to see Jay Farrow performing at the
We have that video.
Live Event Center on Friday, March 14th. There's a video of Jackie Bam Bam getting the letter of the day for a whole week, and he would make these faces after he'd give the letter. By the way, Jay Farrow is bringing his grown-ass kid tour to the Live Event Center, and tickets at livecasinophilly.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I will take this moment to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and finally brought to you by United Tire and Service. Don't drive alone, drive United. Find your nearest location at unitedtire.com. Tomorrow on the program, full on No Sad Bro Friday. Looking forward to having in our studio Christopher Knight.
Yeah.
Peter Brady from the Brady Bunch. We're also going to chat with David Draymond of Disturbed.
Nice.
And another friend of ours, comedian Robert Kelly, is going to be stopping by.
Good.
It's going to be a really solid Friday tomorrow. So that is it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, my friend.
Preston and Steve on 93.